Yeah, I'm going to say people to start sitting. I can do it, lo faccio io come preferisci.
Sì, sì, vai.
Però non funziona. Funziona? Signore e signori, per favore cominciate a prendere posto, cominciamo fra qualche minuto. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We are going to start in a few minutes. Thank you.
Please take your seat. The session will start soon. Please take your seat. The conference will start soon. Per favore, andate ai vostri posti, stiamo per iniziare. Silence, please. Take your seat. We're going to start now. Good morning, everybody. My name is Giovanna Pancheri. I will guide you through the program this morning of this important conference. The title is Beyond the Horizon, a New Era for the Rights of the Child. This conference is organized, of course, by the Council of Europe, but also by the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. And let me first welcome all the participants here today, or the high-level representative from the Council of Europe member states and other senior officials, the members of the Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child, the international organizations such as UNICEF, a delegation from the UN Committee for the Rights of the Child, representative of the European Commission and other EU institutions, ombudsperson for children from 17 member states, international experts, academics, NGOs. And please note that the program has again changed since it was printed on Wednesday. The one that you find on your bag is not the latest one. You can find the latest one on the website online. And last-minute cancellation are also reflected in the final version. I would like to welcome in particular the 10 children, or as we like to call them here, our young delegates that have been preparing their input into this conference. And we look forward to hear from you. Your opinion, your point of view are gonna really guide us today. You are the expert here. And I would like to welcome also 2 additional young activists who have joined us from Canada and from Greece. Please, an applause for them, because they are the real reason why we are all here today. Of course, I invite all the participants to treat children and young people with respect at all times, to avoid putting them on the spot or being made them uncomfortable, to formulate any question to them in a child-friendly manner. Anyway, you will find in your conference bags all the child safeguard protocols with telephone numbers for any issue to address or further questions. Please note that all the high-level session will be live streamed. When registered, you will have been asked to sign a form authorizing us to use photos and statements of the event. We thank you for your confidence and support, and we invite you also to post online on the social media different moments of the event. Please use the hashtag COE4Children and tag the Council of Europe. There is going to be interpretation in English, French, and Italian. So the conference today, as you may know, is an occasion to launch the strategy for the rights of the child that has been just approved by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. And the amazing thing is that has been written and approved before the war in Ukraine. But actually, if you look at the strategy, for instance, 2 of the main objectives of this strategy, one is freedom from violence for all children. And there is another of the 6 objectives of the strategy, which is the protection of children's rights in crisis and emergency situation. So it's incredible how this conference and this document, in this particular moment, even if it was written and studied before, it takes care of something that all of us have very clear in mind when we see the horrible images that are arriving from Ukraine and the conflict there. And of course, the strategies also think about possible solutions looking at 2 years of pandemic. And the objective here is to talk about the future of the new generation, which is our future, generation that had to face 3 different crises: the pandemic, now the war, and most possible also the economic crisis that will follow these 2. So our scope and objective here today and tomorrow is going to be really to think about how to help this new generation to go through this major crisis, also because their future is our future. And to start the conference, I would like to read a message that the President Mario Draghi addressed, and I'm going to go to the rostrum to do that. It's going to be in Italian. Cara Ministra Bonetti,
Minister Bonetti, the high-level conference organized by the Council of Europe and the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe has the objective of presenting the new strategy 2022-2027, Children, Rights in Action, from continuous implementation to joint innovation. I would like to thank you for all your commitment throughout the consultative process, which has led to the identification of priority areas and common approaches at an international level. I fully share the objectives that have been identified, from freedom from violence to justice for all children, girls and boys, safe access to technology, to equal opportunities, and the right to express themselves and to be listened to. Full respect for the rights of children in situations of emergency and crisis. The conflict in Ukraine is a sad reminder of the fact that the rights of the child, of the young people, have never been conquered for all times, but require constant efforts and monitoring. Our government has already taken significant measures to support children and families, and in particular I would like to mention our unique access, an important initiative providing economic support to families with children. But our satisfaction should not lead us to being complacent. The work and the commitment of all is necessary to further strengthen our efforts and the targets they've reached so far. So with this spirit, I would like to send you my very best wishes for a successful conference. And that was the message from Mario Draghi, President of the Council of Ministers. I now would like to invite the Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Benedetto Della Vedova, who will now read out his message to the conference.
Grazie. Ministro Bonetti.
Minister Bonetti, Secretary General Buric, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to extend to you the greetings of the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in this important conference, Beyond the Horizon, a new era for the rights of the child, organized by the Council of Europe and the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. I would like to say that it's very difficult to address this subject here today with the shocking images from Ukraine in mind, the systems of protection for children when the rights of girls and boys are so brutally violated, show their limitations. And I'll come back to the issue of Ukraine and what we're trying to do to prevent violence against minors in that war theater. But throughout this conference today, we will hear about the new strategy 2022-2027 for the rights of child, which will provide guidance to the Council of Europe and its members on achieving strategic objectives for the protection of the rights of the child. The Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe has given priority in its agenda to the objective of strengthening the level of protection for children in the pan-European and international context. And therefore, we are happy and honored at the fact that the new strategy for the rights of the child has been adopted and is being launched under the aegis of our presidency. And we're very proud of this result. Launching the new strategy will further strengthen our commitment, our resolve to promote the rights of children in all multilateral fora for cooperation, with the objective of eliminating any form of violence and abuse and guaranteeing that these rights are fully implemented and respected. In its international action for the promotion and protection of children, Italy has always paid great attention to the most vulnerable of the children who are exposed to the risk of poverty and social exclusion, to the victims of violence and exploitation, also digital exploitation, and those who live in areas of conflict or in areas of post-conflict. And our clear commitment in this area has also informed the identification of the priorities in the Italian agenda of the Council of Human Rights in the 2019-2022 period. We are signatories to all of the important conventions, starting with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the founding principles of that our constant inspiration of our action. We've also signed the Convention of the Council of Europe on the Protection of Child against sexual exploitation and abuse, known as the Lanzarote Convention, the first international instrument that is legally binding and which provides for complete legal coverage against all forms of exploitation and abuse, including digital abuse. And I would like, referring to online events, to refer to the event that we hosted last week on the role of the Council of Europe in developing a binding legal framework for the safeguard of human rights in the era of artificial intelligence. This event marked the launching of a dialogue in this area on the protection of the rights and the protection of the rights of the child in this area will be part of that agenda. So Italy is proudly at the forefront of international efforts to protect children who live in areas of armed conflict. We are members of the group of Friends of Children in Armed Conflict, and we meet regularly under the aegis of the United Nations. Promoting the rights of child in areas affected by conflict, we pay attention at all times to gender issues, owing to the particular vulnerability and exposure of girls to violence and abuse in areas of conflict. And we're also aim to pursue those who are responsible for these crimes. We want to also ensure the fundamental right of children to education, also in those areas marked by conflict and humanitarian emergencies, as a necessary right so that they have the chance to build a safe future for themselves and for their countries. And we were speaking about this previously with Minister Bonetti, and I'm sure that in Italy and in all other countries that are hosting not only Ukrainian refugees, there's a very special focus on children who are a very important share of the refugees that have been received so far, and we're trying to ensure that there's continuity in their education. Unfortunately, we're witnessing extremely grave violations of human rights in Ukraine. Many children have been killed. There have been indiscriminate attacks committed by the Russian troops against schools, kindergartens, health facilities, pediatric hospitals. And I would like to remind all that the European Court of Human Rights, in the measures that it issued already on March 4th, has called on governments to abstain from all forms of attack against civilians and civilian facilities, including private residences, hospitals, other civil facilities that should be protected, such as schools and healthcare facilities. Unfortunately, it is obvious that these provisions have not been respected by the Russian authorities. And according to the first witnesses we have, raping, violence against the civilian population, torture has not even spared children. These are acts of extreme gravity. They must be ascertained, and those responsible must be punished under international law. Yesterday, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe heard a recommendation supported by Italy, and the vast majority, 44 of the members of the Council of Europe, supported it. And I take this opportunity to thank Ambassador Giacomelli for his work during our presidency, recalling the necessary measures for safeguarding supported by the court, and expressing grave concern for the long-term impact of this conflict on children. On March 16th, the Committee of Ministers adopted the decision to exclude the Russian Federation from the Council of Europe. But the court continues to have competence regarding any act which constitutes a violation of the Convention for the next 6 months, therefore up to September 16th. The war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine very clearly recalls the Council of Europe and its member states the need for them to reaffirm their commitment to support and defend human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. It is imperative that such renewed commitment, which is all the more necessary facing the horrors of the conflict, should also aim at expanding the scope and strengthening the efficacy of our collective action to promote and protect the rights of children. The launching of the Rome Strategy is a strong contribution to this goal. And I would like, in conclusion, to stress our strong response to the folly that is war and our passionate call to protect our future. Once again, thanking all those who have made today's event possible. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you.
Grazie, Sottosegretario della...
Thank you, Undersecretary Della Vedova. I now would like to give the floor to Minister Bonetti. Please come up front.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning all. I would like, first of all, to thank the President of the Council of Ministers for his thoughtful words on today's event and on the future of our children. His statement once again bears witness to the very strong commitment of the Italian government for the safeguarding and the promotion of the rights of children and adolescents. This is a commitment that Italy has always honored, both domestically and in its constant collaboration and coordination with international organizations, including, of course, the Council of Europe. I also would like to thank Undersecretary Della Vedova, having officially opened this high-level event representing the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, and congratulate him for the very significant work that has been carried out over these months by the Italian presidency. Months that have been marked by a great number of very complex issues, including the devastating impact of the pandemic on our children, on our societies, and on our economies, and the military attack against Ukraine that has already been recalled, and which has generated a war that would have been unimaginable on European soil only a few months ago. And in particular, I would like to thank the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Secretary Buric, for the extraordinary work performed by the Council in developing this strategy for the rights of the child that we are presenting here today, and for having accepted our request to host the official launching of the conference here in Rome, in the presence of a numerous representation of the member states of the Council of Europe. Once again, evidence of our shared commitment to the rights of children in our continent. And finally, I would like to thank all of the speakers to this conference. There are very many. You've seen we have a very rich agenda. And thank them in advance for the invaluable contribution to our event and to our discussions on the implementation of the different areas of this strategy. And special thanks, of course, to the children who will be taking part in today's event and who have been the real added value in the process of development of this strategy. This new strategy for the rights of the child, which will provide guidance to the Council and the Member States for the next 6 years, has arisen in a very special historic moment, one that is sadly unique and extremely complicated. We've experienced a pandemic over 2 years, which has exacerbated the existing inequality in terms of access and promotion of the rights of children, denying them fundamental chances for socialization and the necessary life experiences, thereby dangerously undermining their harmonious development and their ability to develop relations among their peer groups. The horror also of a war that is trampling humanity and the dreams of a population, that is breaking the hopes of a normal future for the Ukrainian children in their land, and which is obliging us all to redouble our efforts to guarantee these children equal and fair access to their rights and to a better future. For all these reasons, the strategy has an ever greater value today, guiding our future actions aiming to eliminate all forms of violence against children, online and offline, ensuring equal opportunities and social inclusion of all children, especially those who are coming from disadvantaged contexts, and ensuring that every child has a voice through their participation in the definition of the policies that concern them, and last but not least, ensuring their enjoyment of their rights in the situations of crisis, such as those that we are witnessing today. Our approach, therefore, to future policies must be multidimensional, multidisciplinary, and participatory. And it is in this awareness that last January, Italy adopted its 5th National Action Plan for children and adolescents, understanding that in this historic moment it is necessary to support, to enhance the value, and invest in the integral dimension of boys and girls, which includes, of course, their physical health, but also a very special focus on other dimensions: psychological, intellectual, relational, emotional. This plan represents an educational covenant of Italy towards our new generations. There are 3 lines of action: education, equity, and empowerment. It is innovative in the method itself because it has placed children and adolescents at the very center of the plan, and they have also participated with enthusiasm in developing this document. And during its drafting, we listened to their voice after their voice having been silenced throughout the pandemic. Key elements of this plan are its concrete approach and continuous monitoring of results, because only through achieving clear and measurable results is it possible to improve the efficacy of actions at all levels of government. The plan promotes formal, informal, and non-formal education, recognizing the role of the educating community and identifying the essential levels of performance necessary for the enjoyment of civil and social rights, and recognizing them as the main tool to overcome the inequality existing in our country. The contents of the plan are integrated with the international European rights and strategies for minors, in particular the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the European Union Strategy on the Rights of the Child, 2021-2024, the European Child Guarantee, and it is perfectly in line with the strategy of the Council of Europe that we are presenting here today. Dear colleagues, millions of children have been the victims of violence, discrimination, conflict, poverty, and abuse. It is our duty as governments and as adults to ensure the full and equal enjoyment of the fundamental rights to all of them and all the children of the world, which make it possible for them to build a world that matches their dreams and aspirations. I wish all of you and all of us a very successful conference over these 2 days. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite to the rostrum Ms. Maria Pelinković-Burić, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe.
Minister of Equal Opportunities and the Family, Under Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and in particular, dear young participants, dear friends. Since 2009, 3 consecutive strategies for the rights of the child have guided the Council of Europe's work in this area. The most recent, the Sofia strategy, concluded last year, and its achievements are many and important. Let me give you just a few examples. Our Committee of Ministers adopted legal standards on the rights of the child in the digital environment. Standards that in turn inspired action by the United Nations. And it agreed a recommendation to member states on effective guardianship for unaccompanied and separated children in the context of migration. The strategy made child participation a political priority. This has led to national legislation and policies that take account of children's views, and child participation networks being set up across Europe. In addition, our monitoring body, the Lanzarote Committee, had produced important guidance on a sensitive subject: self-generated sexual content by children, photographs, videos, and so on, presents complex challenges. But on specific points, the guidance is clear. When children generate such images in their own private sphere, this should not be considered a crime. But where adults exploit such images, this should be criminalized. And establishing a specific crime of sexual extortion of children is highly recommended. Throughout the implementation of the strategy and those before it, we have benefited from cooperation with other international organizations, including through cooperation projects on the ground. This has allowed us to train professionals, reinforce institutions, and better protect children, and to do so on the basis of shared aims, values, and understanding. In particular, we see this in our collaboration with the European Commission and the synergies that exist between our respective strategies for the rights of the child. Both organizations have worked to improve child participation, expand child-friendly justice, and increase the number of Barnahus set up across our member states to enhance the protection of children from sexual abuse. And I have no doubt that these relationships will continue to prosper as we move ahead. Certainly, there is work to do. The Council of Europe strategies for the rights of the child have always moved with the times. They have been designed to tackle both long-standing problems and the new issues that face our modern societies. We have never shied away from what must be done. The strategy for 2022-2027 maintains that approach. For every child, it advocates freedom from violence, equal opportunities and social inclusion, access to technologies and safe use of those technologies, child-friendly justice, and giving a voice to each individual. But there is a further sixth priority that is new and necessary: addressing children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. Examples include climate change and COVID-19, on which we have already acted. But there is, of course, another emergency in Europe today. The new strategy states clearly that Europe is not a safe haven for children, and that the rights of the child are at greater risk during crisis and emergency situations. The Russian Federation's ongoing aggression on Ukraine underlines this and compels us to ask what we can do to protect children in armed conflicts, and to ensure the rights of all those children who have become displaced or are migrants as a result of the violence. This conference will be an opportunity for you to share your thoughts on how best to proceed with a specific afternoon session devoted to this subject. But we are not starting from the scratch. Dans la recherche de solutions pour soutenir
in the search for solutions to support these children and to ensure that they are safe, we should be inspired by the legal obligations that are enshrined in the treaties of the Council of Europe and their mechanisms. In particular, the European Convention for Human Rights and the European Social Charter. Ukraine, along with other countries of the region, have shown us how important it is to guarantee the safety of children throughout the path of their migration to which they are obliged. And we hope in different ways to be able to ensure their safety and security through the implementation of systems for registration, through the assistance of professionals to identify the children who are the victims of sexual abuse and trafficking, in conformity with our conventions in the area, and through the formation of professionals to provide assistance to the children who have been traumatized by an armed conflict. Civil society organizations in the host countries should be mobilized and should coordinate to provide their assistance. For all of these reasons, the Council of Europe has a role to play to advance our initiatives that are inspired also by the activities that are carried out more widely in the area of migration. And this also covers our plan of action for the protection of refugee children and migrants. This plan of action and these activities have focused on the protection and integration, in addition to another 5-year action plan for the protection of vulnerable persons in the context of migration and asylum in Europe. The second plan of action, lasting until 2025, was adopted by all of our 46 member states, and it strongly emphasizes the needs of children, coordinated by my special representative on migration and refugees. It proposes measures that are targeted and interventions that are adapted. These measures aim at improving certain shortcomings in the asylum and migration procedures, thanks to legal and policy advice along with support. And in addition to that, we have a series of specific recommendations of our Committee of Ministers addressed to our member states, a recommendation on effective safeguards for unaccompanied minors and separated minors in the context of migration, or the recommendation on assisting young migrants who are in transition to the adult age. Another recommendation on the protection of the rights of migrant girls and women who are refugees and requesting asylum has also been prepared, along with another on the age assessment of unaccompanied minors that was reviewed here in Rome last week during the important event that was organized jointly by the Italian Institute for Migration and Poverty and by our special representative for migration and refugees in the contents of the Italian presidency of the Council of Ministers of the Council of Europe. The European Court for Human Rights has also developed a policy guidance instrument on migrants and children. The crisis in Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen, has been devastating for millions of people, and especially so for children. Our new strategy for the rights of the child will both complete and facilitate the implementation of measures, those measures that we are taking now in the face of rapidly growing numbers of displaced children. It is a true crisis. It is a real emergency. But the new strategy also reaches further abroad. It adopts a consistent approach that will make it possible to promote the rights of children throughout our continent in all aspects of our lives today. And I am very happy that this conference has adopted such a specific and also thorough perspective in reviewing these issues. I would like to pay tribute to the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers that is hosting this event and which has attached such great importance to these matters. And of course, I would like to thank all those who have made this conference possible and thank all of you who are here attending in person and helping us advance in this important area. I wish you every success in your deliberations today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Comme vous avez bien expliqué,
Thank you. As you've explained, the importance of the strategy is that it addresses various different themes, issues which children worldwide are confronted with. I think it's really very important. Well, the work that we're going to be doing here today and tomorrow is extremely important, for we're going to analyze in detail the challenges and make sure that we address them in a thorough manner.
For this introductory section. And now we're going to start to go a little bit more in depth inside the strategy that we're launching here today and tomorrow. So thank you very much to Undersecretary Sottosegretario Della Vedova. Grazie alla Ministra Bonetti. Thank you, Secretary General. You have your seat on the first row. So we're going to move to the first high-level panel. And I invite with me to the podium Ms. Dunia Mijatovic, also Ms. Maria Andriani Kostopoulou, Ms. Dubravka Suica, and also Lana, Eva, and Francesco, who are 3 young delegates that are going to be with us today for the first panel. So in this first high-level session, we're going to hear other high-level representatives of the Council of Europe, but also the European Commission, to demonstrate their joint and mobilized leadership around the rights of the child, as the Secretary General was so well explaining to us in her speech. We shall also benefit from the guidance of young delegates. You see some of them on the podium, and 2 others will arrive next. But please, to start, let me introduce Mr. Tini Cox, who is joining us remotely. I think, and I hope, that everything is working with the connection. If someone wants to give me a sign, if it's with us, Mr. Cox, I hope so. Is the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. The Parliamentary Assembly is one of the bodies of the Council of Europe which is driving force in the development of new standards which strengthen the rights of the child. We also welcome the Assembly Subcommittee on Children, which is represented by 8 members here. So, Mr. Cox, I hope that it's with us for his speech. Just a few seconds to set up the connection. we are okay, let me know. Otherwise, I can go to the next speaker and then we go back to Mr. Cox.
Sir, please come to room 430 because I cannot start the video.
You cannot saw the video. Okay. So I'm gonna invite Ms. Dunja Mijatovic, who is the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe. Good morning, buongiorno. And of course is one of the most committed spokesperson for the right of the child in Europe. If you want to do your speech, you decide if you want to stay on the podium or you go to the rostrum. It's really up to you.
Good morning, buongiorno. It's a real pleasure to be back to Rome. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear co-panelists, dear Chair, but also dear children, dear young people present here at this very important event. I first would like to thank the Italian Presidency of the Committee of Ministers and the Council of Europe Children's Rights Division for the organization of this timely and very important conference, and to congratulate them on the adoption of a strategy that is of, I would say, vital importance for human rights in Europe. When the title that is, really amazing, I would say, title going to the core of the problem, Beyond the Horizon, a New Era for the Rights of the Child was chosen. I think it was surely not foreseen that Europe would be thrown back into the era of brutal war, in which children are killed, injured, starved, displaced, abducted, and fundamentally traumatized. After many years, we once again have so-called war children. In Europe, children who have suffered and seen the worst. And believe me, I know what I'm talking about based on my own experience. There are several colleagues also present here that can tell you stories about children from the 90s, from the war in the former Yugoslavia, children of Dubrovnik, of Vukovar, of Sarajevo, of Prijedor, and many other places. Children that are looking at you with their big eyes and trying to get some answers on what is happening to them and what is happening to the families. All those children are grown-up people now, but with deep scars, with deeply ingrained trauma, and this is something that we can expect later on with the future generations when this war ends. And we need to be ready. We need to be ready to address these issues. The conference today, and of course many actions plans by the Council of Europe, European Commission, UN, and many other international organizations is going to play a very important role. But it is much more than that. We will need to be ready to address millions of traumatized children who require the coordinated engagement from everyone present here today and beyond. And this is already on the top of already existing mental health crisis that several speakers already mentioned for children in Europe. And for the children in Ukraine, we cannot wait to see a mechanism in motion step by step. We must act now. I just returned from several weeks-long missions at the border of Ukraine. So together with my team, I went to several countries bordering Ukraine, starting already in March in Moldova, going to the border with Ukraine called Palanka, where I actually saw the first refugees coming from Odessa and Mykolaiv, mainly women, children, and young people fleeing the war. And already then, at the very beginning of this brutal war, we could see that the trauma is there. And this is something we should not forget. But let me come to a new strategy of the Council of Europe for the Rights of the Child, which is launched today. I welcome this strategy as it's firmly anchored in the international human rights standards and obligations. This is important because I still too often see that attitude that human rights are for adults and children's rights are for children. We must always remember that children are full human rights holders. And on top of that, they enjoy special protection and rights as children. To ensure that children, all children, irrespective of their background, their status, or individual characteristics, receive the protection and support they need to enjoy equal access to rights. We need a comprehensive approach to children's rights. The strategy achieves that, focusing on the specific needs of particularly vulnerable children, while at the same time avoiding silo approaches that miss the interdependence of existing challenges for children, such as those related to the mounting child poverty and marginalization, long-standing deficiencies in education and health systems, the lack of attention to children with disabilities, and many others. Importantly, I applaud that the strategy was developed in consultation with children, which I think is extremely important, and also their representatives. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of Article 12 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the rights of children to express their views freely in all matters that affect them, and to have those views be given due weight. I think we had a lot of patronizing approach, and this is something that needs to change. Whether we are discussing the impact of wars or pandemics, economic recovery plans, rising food and energy prices, or mental health systems, children are affected. In fact, they are often disproportionately affected. This means that they must be granted an effective opportunity to be heard and to actually influence relevant decision-making processes. We cannot go into these processes without consulting them. As I have pointed out before, it is time to move away from symbolic approaches to child participation and to systematically give children a voice through open, inclusive consultations, close collaboration in setting agendas, and also identifying priorities, and through promoting the effective democratic participation of children, including by lowering the voting age, which is also a topic that I will not elaborate on today, but something that I will continue following as Commissioner for Human Rights. So in line with my broad human rights mandate, I will support the implementation of the Council of Europe strategy through my continued monitoring work in relation to all 6 priorities, drawing the attention of Member States to the shortcomings I find. And I will continue calling on them to prioritize the rights of children and youth, because this is absolutely essential for them to exercise and enjoy their human rights today, and because it is an investment in our future societies, and we should not fail. I thank you for your attention, and I wish us all a very productive and rewarding 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Mijatovic, also for your important work at the border in this moment of need. I think that now President Cox should be with us. Yeah, I can see him. Good morning. Please.
Good morning. Good morning, Excellencies. Madam Secretary General, Commissioner, distinguished guests, and especially and therefore should be expelled immediately. This happened only one day later, at the decision of the Committee of Ministers. I'm sad that we had to do this, but I'm glad that we did dare to do it. This time, the Council of Europe's statutory organs acted immediately in synergy, making clear that membership is not available for those who completely disregard international law in general and our statute in particular. Yesterday in Lviv, I underlined our organization's solidarity with the citizens of Ukraine, a most needed solidarity after 6 weeks of brutal destruction, killing and injuring thousands and forcing millions of citizens to leave their homes. By now, more than 4.5 million of them are now staying in one of our other member states. Half of them are children. And inside Ukraine, also over 2.5 million children are no longer at home, but somewhere else in the country, often lacking essential protection and support, housing, education, healthcare, security. Hundreds of thousands of them have fled in the direction of Lviv, as I could see yesterday. The fundamental rights all these children should be entitled to are evaporating due to the brutality of the Russian aggression. I call on all member states to do their utmost to restore these fundamental rights of children of Ukraine as soon as possible. And I praise our member states for already taking care for all the children who have found shelter with them. International solidarity with the children of Ukraine is now obligatory. And I praise Ukraine for all its efforts to protect its children in spite of the Russian aggression. I hope and I know that what is happening now to the children of Ukraine will be in your mind during this conference and will inspire you in your discussions. May I thank our Italian host, the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers, and the Italian Department for Family Policies for having organized this important event at this so important moment. The title of the conference, A New Era for the Rights of the Child, is ambitious and forward-looking in these most challenging times. Not only because of the horrible consequences for children of the war against Ukraine, other challenges for children, such as the consequences of the climate change and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, need also be tackled. I strongly welcome the adoption of the new Council of Europe strategy on the rights of the child for the period 2022-2027. To put it into practice, I am convinced that parliamentary cooperation is essential and that the Parliamentary Assembly can play a useful role in this context. As you may know, the Assembly reports are often at the origin of new international legal standards, such as the Lanzarote Convention to protect children against sexual exploitation and abuse. And to give a few examples of current initiatives related to children's rights, some of our latest reports deal with inaction on climate change as a violation of the right of the child, with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children and with the children's rights to be heard. We are now taking practical steps for integrating child participation in the work of our Assembly. As another report adopted unanimously asked that the right to a clean and sustainable environment be added as a protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights, children have also been invited by us to join the newly established network of contact parliamentarians for a healthy environment. Of course, we are also now considering the best ways to support the children affected by the war in Ukraine. In this work, we can build on many past reports, including those on children in migration and children in armed conflict. Refugee children from war and conflict zones need global protection for the multiple risks they face during their journey.
This meeting is being recorded.
Refugee children from war zones. Sorry, that was a mistake. Let me start. Refugee children from war and conflict zones need global protection for the multiple risks they face during their journey to the host country, such as violence, sexual abuse, human trafficking, and exploitation for forced and illegal labor. The Parliamentary Assembly considers it an obligation of human rights for these children to receive special protection. Excellencies, distinguished guests, there is a lot of work to be done, and I wish you well and all the best of success in your endeavors. I hope that a new era for the rights of the child is indeed ahead of us. Our children deserve it. Our civilization needs it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now let me introduce also Ms. Maria Andriani Costopulo, who is the chairperson of the Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child, a human rights lawyer, a truly committed child rights advocate who has led the work of the CDENF, as well as the preparation of the strategy that is being launched today. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Undersecretary, dear Minister, dear Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Excellencies, young delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Determined and strategic action in favor of children and their human rights is needed more than ever before. The current reality on our continent increases the urgency of speaking about the rights of the child to protection in Europe, and in particular of the protection of children in the most vulnerable situations. So we will be speaking about children's rights for the next 2 days. However, this launch event and the strategy as such need to be followed up by taking action to ensure that we actually reach children in their countries, in their communities, in their families, and we improve their protection and well-being. I am convinced that the strategy for the rights of the child that we are launching today will prove to be a powerful tool and will live up to its role to provide guidance, even in such unprecedented circumstances, through its inclusive, innovative and proactive approach. The strategy is firmly grounded on strong and at the same time on shared goals. Together with our partners, the Council of Europe will step up the action as urgently needed and will stand behind its member states to ensure that we continue to put into practice our human rights legal standards, that we continue to innovate, to respond to the needs of a contemporary world. The overall vision of the strategy is to have a long-lasting positive impact on children's lives, in the fulfillment of their rights, their protection against any harm, and the promotion of their well-being. The strategy is anchored in international treaties and standards that constitute key references for any Council of Europe work in the field, most prominently the UN Convention for the Rights of the Child and specific targets of the UN SDG Agenda 2030. As the chairperson of the Council of Europe Steering Committee that prepared the strategy, I would like to express my gratitude for the large support and commitment of the member states of the organization to the protection and promotion of the rights of the child. Your support will allow the Council of Europe to continue relevant and meaningful action in this area in the 6 years to come. The 5 transversal priority areas that stem from previous strategy for the rights of the child are those that are and remain of highest relevance for all children in Europe. Freedom from violence, equal opportunities, access to and safe use of technologies, child-friendly justice, and giving a voice to every child. So we will address these areas together with our states through targeted action, such as strengthening responses for combating violence against children, including sexual violence and harmful behavior, by elaborating guidance on age-appropriate comprehensive sexuality education and in supporting our member states to elaborate more effective national strategies to prevent violence against children. Targeted action will also include the improvement of access to quality mental health care for all children in Europe, and notably the most vulnerable ones. Furthermore, we will move even further in making child-friendly justice systems a reality in all our member states, based on a review of the implementation of the relevant European guidelines. And we will explore how to remove existing barriers faced by children defending their human rights. In addition to these 5 priority areas, as was mentioned by the Secretary General, the new strategy contains a 6th priority area dedicated to children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. And I would like to quote a sentence from the text of the strategy. The global pandemic that all countries have faced since early 2020 has shown that new and widely unexpected challenges can suddenly emerge, and that despite strong standards and references for upholding the rights of the child, law and policy makers should always expect the unexpected and be prepared, responsive, and ready to adapt. End of quotation. In the Steering Committee, in the CDNF and at the Council of Europe, we believe that the new strategy, as much as it is comprehensive in terms of challenges and action to be taken, is also responsive to children and their needs and ready to adapt to new realities. So let's reflect together over the next 2 days how this ambitious intention can become true. Dear ministers, dear state secretaries, I count on you. I count on your political force. I count on your determination to ensure that this strategy will make a difference in your countries. Let me warmly thank the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe for hosting the launching conference for the strategy for the rights of the child. Thank you very much for demonstrating that the rights of the child is a priority on your agenda. Allow me also to thank particularly Ambassador Giacomelli for your total devotion in the negotiation of the strategy at the level of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Dear Ambassador, your support and determination is what has allowed us to be here today in Rome. So I would like to also warmly thank my colleagues at the CDN, at the Steering Committee, the Children's Rights Division and its head, and of course all stakeholders and young delegates that for their efforts during the preparation of the strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, young delegates, I'm looking forward to 2 intensive days of exchange, of discussions and reflection for upholding and promoting the rights of all children in Europe, not only now, but also in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Evcharisto Madam Kostopoulou, and now I'm very pleased that, finally we're gonna give the floor to some of our young delegates here today to give them the possibility to share their thoughts with us. We're gonna start with Lana and Eva.
Hello everyone. First of all, I want to thank you all for making our voice heard. It is such an opportunity to be here at this young age and to listen to all of you and to be able to talk about the things we want to talk and we want to change, actually. We are here representing children, actually the young delegates, and 220 children who were working actually on this strategy. We are Eva and Lana, and we are children.
Thank you so much, Lana. To start off, we want to propose a simple activity. we've all had at least a flashback of our childhood. So let's bring yours back. For the next 45 seconds, we invite you to think, in silence, about a crucial moment of your youth. Anything that comes to mind. The 45 seconds of reflection in silence start now.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor also, before we're going to continue with our young delegates, to Ms. Dubravka Šuica, which is the Vice President for Democracy and Demography of the European Commission, because, of course, as you know, this session is also aimed to have an exchange of dialogue between the institutions. Ms. Vice President has led the development of the preparation of the EU strategy on the rights of the child, which goes hand in hand with that of the Council of Europe, demonstrating the mutual commitment in this area. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Giovanna. You stopped 45 seconds reflection. So, dear Undersecretary Della Vedova, dear Minister Bonetti, dear Secretary General Pejcinovic-Buric, dear Maria, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I see many familiar faces here among you who are deeply engaged with the rights of children. So, dear all, dear young participants, dear Francesco, dear Eva, dear Lana, all of us know that children's rights are human rights, and under all circumstances, anywhere and all the time. At the time when the rights of millions of children fleeing the Russian aggression in Ukraine are at stake, I must stress how urgent it is that all of us respond to their needs so that they can recover, regain a sense of normality, and be a child again. Through our solidarity, we can ensure that children are respected, empowered, and their rights upheld. On a personal note, 30 years ago, I experienced the war firsthand in Dubrovnik, Croatia. So I'm really very, very emotional when I talk about the rights of children. In this vein, I would like to congratulate the Council of Europe for launching its ambitious strategy for the rights of the child. It embodies an overall vision for long-lasting positive impact of children's lives, a vision all of us share. Both the European Commission and the Council of Europe set out to protect and also to fulfill the rights of child without any discrimination. Through the development of your strategy presented today and the European Union strategy of the rights of child, which we launched last year, we have achieved complementarity, as you rightly said, Maria. So the complementarity across a number of our common objectives. Child participation is a central priority for us both. At the Commission, we have developed a child-friendly policy documents, and we will set up an European Union children platform, participation platform in October this year. The Conference on the Future of Europe has also seen the participation of the younger members of our societies. In the area of child-friendly justice, our European Union standards are aligned with those of the Council of Europe. We will keep working with the Council of Europe to strengthen the implementation of 2010 guidelines on child-friendly justice, and this will, I hope, help national justice systems to cater better to children's needs. Worldwide, 1 out of every 2 children still suffers from some form of violence, yet violence is preventable. Through integrated child protection systems, we can protect children from experiencing violence. I'm proud that through European Union funding, the Council of Europe has supported member states in the setting up of Born House project. These houses of children are a flagship example of our cooperation. We contributed to the establishment of houses for children in Slovenia, in Finland, in Ireland, and in Spain. These safe spaces will allow child victims of abuse to be interviewed in an adapted environment with their best interests front and center. We are witnessing a rise of child poverty too. Through the European Child Guarantee, which you mentioned, Minister, we committed to help lift children in need and their families out of poverty by providing them with access to key services, childcare and education. The Child Guarantee will play an important role as we work to provide children fleeing the Russian aggression in Ukraine with access to healthcare, education and other support services. Another tool we have to support our member states with is the technical support instrument. Our projects have enabled reforms for childcare, inclusive education, preventing early school dropout, and supported the shift towards the deinstitutionalization of children. We also supported Bulgarian authorities and stakeholders to agree on a national quality framework for early childhood education and care. This will guide policy and investment decisions and should equip each municipality and kindergarten with the tools needed to help improve their daily activities. In Poland, we are backing the development of a new legislative framework for inclusive education. We have also supported Portugal in establishing a monitoring system assessing the inclusiveness of its education system. This year, we will help 10 member states with the implementation of the European Child Guarantee. It will render the education system more inclusive by integrating children from migrant and vulnerable backgrounds, as well as children with disabilities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the challenges facing us are all more pressing than ever. 3 weeks ago, I went to Ukraine-Polish border, and I happened to see a group of 100 children coming from orphanage who came after 36 hours voyage by train, but accompanied by only one adult person. So keep this in mind. So protecting, respecting, and fulfilling children's rights in Europe and across the globe is a great responsibility and is a human imperative for all of us. It is indispensable to the future of our shared values. It is our human and moral obligation. I want to thank you, and I'm looking forward to our continued cooperation in pursuit of this noble goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President. And I'm going to give back the floor to Eva. I apologize for the misunderstanding before, also with you, Ms. Vice President, but sometimes, you know, adults make mistakes. So let's get back to Eva, please.
Oh, and there's no problem. Everyone is allowed to make mistakes, and that's what we are here to learn. So let's get back to the process of thinking. We wanted to propose you a simple activity. We've all had at least a flashback of our childhood, a moment that keeps coming to mind. So we want to bring yours back. For the next 45 seconds, we invite you to think in silence about a crucial moment in your childhood. Anything that just comes to mind, the first thing. And those 45 seconds of reflection start now. The time has ended. Thank you so much for your collaboration, and I think you've got the perfect moment. Thank you.
Now, Francesco. Yes, and I invite also to come on the floor, on stage, Claudia and Victoria.
Good morning. Thank you for remembering an important moment of your childhood. We are Francesco, Victoria, and Claudia, and we are members of the young delegation. Since everybody has been a child, it should not be very difficult to understand children, to understand us. But it seems that for some reason, when adults grow up, they forget what it is like to be a child. So this is the reason why we propose this important exercise today. You will find the full results of the child consultation process in the report that has been made available. We would like here and now to share with you briefly some of our reflections on what does it mean to be a child on 2022, and we would also like to ask you for a personal commitment from everyone. There are problems with being a child these days, but of course there are also positive aspects that we would want to acknowledge. Victoria.
Thank you, Claudia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Victoria Danova and I'm representing Bulgaria. Me, Claudia, and Francesco are going to talk about what does it mean to be a child in 2022. And I'm going to present three of the things. First, we have more opportunities to be connected with each other through communication technologies. However, it seems that for many children, this relation with technologies is leading to many concerns, insecurities, and also to situations that are affecting mental health. Second, many of us live in safe environments that allow us to grow up and make mistakes, but we feel often that there is a pressure on us to perform and become adults very quick. And the third one, we feel that we are playing a bigger role in society, but at the same time, when we want to say something, we are not always taken seriously, and many children are experiencing a condition of overprotection from the family and adults around them. Thank you, and I want to give the word to Francesco.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and I'm Francesco, and I'm representing Italy. And I'll continue to tell you what does it mean to be a child in 2022. Fourth point. Although legal protection for children has increased in various situations, from what we shared during the consultation, there are still many situations where children are experiencing institutional violence, especially when they are in certain conditions of disadvantage, like migrant children, children who have problem with the law, and or children who are carrying some disabilities. It seems that there is a strong connection between discrimination and what we call violence or violation. For some reason, this violence is often reflected also in a relation among children themselves. During the consultation, in fact, many children expressed their fear of bullying. Fifth point. Many children still do not have access to the education or proper health care. Many reported a feeling of isolation and a lack of friendly and competent adults to talk with when they have a problem. And last, although more and more children are being helped, it seems that in times of crisis, such as the one that we are experiencing in these days, it is very difficult to think about children's rights as a priority, as something that could guide us in finding a solution. You can find these and other considerations from children in the full report of the consultation. We thank you for the opportunity of being here representing all children, and we hope that this is the beginning of a true relation between the present and the future for our societies. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you, guys. You really gave us important food for thoughts. Now I will invite all the panelists here to leave the floor. I will do it myself as well. Whereas I invite to come on stage is Alexei, the ambassador Yaroslav Melnik of Ukraine, because he's going to read a message for us by the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olana Zelenska. Please, Ambassador.
Dear Minister Bonetti, dear Madam Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Excellencies, young delegates, participants of the conference. I am grateful to you for the opportunity to speak at such an important meeting on the occasion of the new era in the rights of the child. We in Ukraine have something to tell in this respect, and unfortunately, these facts are not joyful. I know that there are children in this meeting room today, and the last thing I want to do is to traumatize them with my story. After all, no child in the world should face the war and have the terrible experience which unfortunately today's children in Ukraine do have. At the same time, I know that children today understand difficult situations just as well as adults do, and often children are wiser than we are. So, I will describe the situation in Ukraine in a way that both children and adults can understand, so that the truth will be heard, so that the truth will save everyone who hears it from war. As a result of the full-scale, unprovoked and unjustified Russian aggression against my country, which began on February 24, 165 children have already died in Ukraine. These were the same modern children as those playing on the playgrounds in European cities. They studied, had hobbies, loved gadgets, did not like broccoli. They had dreams and plans. But the Russian army came with its missiles, tanks and bombers. It started shelling their cities, streets, homes, and these children have lost their lives. Please stand and join me in a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Starting the war, Russian Federation violated the unalienable right of every child, the right to life, guaranteed by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. In fact, all the rights of Ukrainian children have been violated, fully or partially, because it turned out that Russia does not care about all these rights. You may know from the news that the inscription "Children," made by civilians in the city of Mariupol on the asphalt near the local theater where they were hiding, did not stop Russian pilot from bombing. The inscription "Children," attached to the cars by parents who forced to drive past enemy tanks, did not save either. Many cars with this inscription were shot along the roads of Kiev, Chernihiv, Donetsk and Kharkiv regions. Our children's right to treatment has been violated because more than 270 medical institutions have been damaged or completely destroyed. And now we are forced to take our children with oncology and other serious diseases abroad by special routes of life because it's currently impossible to safely treat them in Ukraine. The rights of children with autism, other mental and physical disorders have been violated because they are especially vulnerable in times of war. For a child with autism or in a wheelchair, even going down to the bomb shelter can cost health and sometimes life. The right to education has been violated. Despite the Safe School Declaration, over 300 educational facilities have been intentionally damaged or destroyed. Teachers conduct lessons remotely from bomb shelters. This is a separate heroic page in our history. Children in bomb shelters study to stay connected to peaceful life. And we thank the thousands of our teachers who continue to teach under such conditions. And about 4 million, half of our children, are internally displaced. They no longer have usual homes. Sometimes these homes physically destroyed by bombs. They do not have favorite things anymore because they stayed in those homes. No friends because they left, are lost, or dead. Displaced children who had a home and security yesterday now spend their days at train stations, in overcrowded evacuation trains, in refugee camps. Every day they see the confusion and despair of their parents, who try to be strong, but the children, of course, understand everything. And what is scarier is that now there are hundreds of children in Ukraine with whom we have no contact. We know nothing about their fate. They are with their parents in cities occupied by Russians or in cities that are being fought over. Life in such cities is a disaster. People who woke up in their apartments a month ago now live in basements under these destroyed apartments, without water, food, medicine, under constant bombardment. Children of Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, and other places live in such conditions now. I suggest you to read for yourself what life is like there now in the story of a 16-year-old girl from Mariupol who became an orphan. Her testimony was recorded by volunteer Vera Khvust. The original is in Russian, which the girl spoke freely before the war and continues to speak now. This story is terrifying to voice and read, but it needs to be known. From the very beginning of the war, we asked NATO to close the sky over our cities, over Ukraine, to keep bombs and missiles from falling on people. We were not heard. Well, now I ask you to at least ensure the right of children to get out of a danger. They need safe humanitarian corridors, because now the enemy is shooting at civilian vehicles just as much as military ones. On behalf of all Ukrainian parents, I heartily thank the governments of the member states of the Council of Europe, the inhabitants of European countries, for the shelter that is given to our children in your countries. I know how much is being done in this direction. However, I would ask that special attention be focused on ensuring the rights of Ukrainian children to medicine and education, no matter where they are. It's important they go to school as soon as possible and receive medical care, including physiological care, after all they have been through. The Council of Europe's strategy for the rights of the child for 2022-2027, on which we have gathered, declares the freedom of the child from all forms of violence, as well as the right to child-friendly justice. That is why I'm asking for help in securing such justice for abusers of Ukrainian children, international accountability for all those who dropped bombs and committed horrific violence, including sexual, against our children, who deprived Ukrainian children of their rights. Justice will come shortly, and today I will once again repeat the appeal of the Ukrainian people to the leadership of all states for which the definitions of children's rights and human rights have real content and weight. Close the sky. This will save the lives and health of hundreds of children. Close the sky. On the ground, we will manage ourselves. We thank the Council of Europe for its solidarity with the Ukrainian people who are suffering from Russian aggression. I wish everyone present here that there would be no war in your lives. But for this, you need to know about such a threat. The right to know is also an inalienable right of adults and children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you to First Lady Zaleska. And of course, it's not easy, to get back to normal works after this important message. But it's even more significant for what we are doing here today. Ms. Zaleska in her letter was referring to 4 million children displaced in Ukraine. Some of them, they're going to be, of course, also refugees in the countries of the Council of Europe. So this is why it's very important that the strategy is going to be implemented by each member states. And now we're going to indeed move to our second high-level plenary session, where the minister representative for the member states are going to explain to us how they will actually implement this strategy. And I would like to start inviting to the rostrum Ms. Bora Muzaki, who is the Minister of State for Youth and Children for Albania. We are running a little bit late, so I just ask you to stick on the 4 minutes maximum that you have for your intervention, ministers.
Dear Excellencies, dear Ministers, young delegates and guests, it is indeed difficult to stick to my speech whilst hearing this very important message from the Ambassador of Ukraine. It's a very difficult situation in Ukraine. It makes it difficult even for us to speak and talk as if it was normal and discuss what our countries have done. So I would like to make a very strong remark that Europe needs to be aligned and stand with Ukraine at every moment. It's always easy to stand with a country in the beginning of a conflict, and then it becomes always harder as the war progresses. So we have to make sure that our countries continuously continue to stay with Ukraine's side. Moving on to the fact that it's a distinct pleasure for me to be here in this launching conference for the strategy of the rights of the children among many other stakeholders. And I would like to share with you that children rest at our vision for Albania 2030, ensuring that children are protected and supported and are also provided with the opportunities to develop their full potential. The Albanian government has demonstrated a strong commitment to the children's best interest, and the year 2022 has been named as the Children's Year by Prime Minister Rama, with the motto, Children First. And this is not a slogan. This is a way of thinking that the children's best interest is and should always be first and foremost in all decisions affecting governmental policy. This is why, as of September 2021, for the first time in Albania, we have a dedicated State Minister for Youth and Children, giving a voice to youngsters and children and creating policies with them and for them. So I consider myself fortunate to be the first one holding the title of the Minister for Youth and Children. However, this duty comes with great responsibility. We strongly believe that the 6 strategic objectives of protecting and promoting the rights of the child will be the building blocks for creating policies, whilst also continuously seeking innovative responses to new challenges. Albania has made immense progress towards completing and implementing the legal framework and policies aimed at promoting the rights of the child in all sectors, in justice, social services, education, health and culture. The legal framework for the rights of the child has been completed with the approval of the law on the rights and protection of children, in full compliance with the CRC, we have also adopted the National Agenda for Children's Rights 2019-2026 that aims to create a favorable environment with the well-being of children through access to quality services, positive practices of participation, good parenting, elimination of all forms of violence, child and adolescent-friendly systems and services, and promoting the children's right in the digital world. Additionally, we have also created structures such as the National Council for the Right of Protection of the Child, as well as the parliamentary group Friends of Children. As of September 2021, we have started drafting the National Youth Strategy 2022 to 2029. And unlike how it's generally done, we decided to go directly to the children and youth and draft it with them. With more than 1,200 Albanian youngsters and children were consulted through a participatory process with regards to all the challenges that they face, making sure that everyone's voice is heard and adequately reflected in the strategy. Another key strategic objective is the freedom from violence for all children. A reporting system on child protection, including sexual abuse, online abuse, and exploitation, lay at the center of our systematic approach. This referral mechanism is regulated by 13 bylaws, and it responds to all the children in need of protection. We have also established 3 one-stop centers all over Albania, adapting the European Barnahus model for the treatment of children victims of violence and sexual abuse. And in close collaboration with the NGOs, the group of 16+ has been established with the alternative report of the Civil Society for the Rights of the Child to be represented to the UN in Geneva in 2022. Albania is also part of the periodic meetings of the Council of Europe committees on the Right of the Child Steering Committee for the Rights of the Child and the Lanzarote Committee. And in terms of equal opportunities and social inclusion for all children, I would like to emphasize that our national education strategy of 2021 to 2026, it includes a specific emphasis on inclusion and equality. And several steps have been undertaken in this regard to ensure its implementation. We have added assistant teachers in the education system, and we have another program in place to prevent the early school dropout and providing a supporting system in collaboration with UNICEF. A new national program on education of arts, crafts, agriculture, and environment and tech subjects to the students in the pre-university level will start as of September 2022. By giving them the opportunity to develop their talents on out-of-schooling time for free. And this program, of course, will have a special focus on children in rural areas and those coming from disadvantaged groups. And on another pillar, that of access to and safe use of technologies for all children, the digital technology education in the primary education system is considered a priority for the government of Albania, under the special attention of Prime Minister Rama. Coding from the first grade is the latest initiative that we're introducing. Through an interactive platform, under the surveillance of trained teachers, children will get equipped with a skill set that will be very important for the 21st century. And while technology offers a wealth of opportunities to learn and develop their skills, it also exposes them to risk of cyberbullying, inappropriate content, and other psychological impact. Therefore, before us, it lies an important duty of protecting the children's rights and ensuring a safe navigation of them in the digital environment. Additionally, I would like to add one final remark. We have also made further amendments to the Juvenile Justice Code as the first legal act in Albania that is specifically dedicated to juvenile criminal justice. And it provides that imprisonment is only given as the last resort against juveniles and for the shortest possible time. As part of this reform in the criminal justice system, we have also adopted the Criminal Justice Code for minors and the law on the rights of protection of children. Among other developments, the scope of the legal protection has been expanded to include young people up to the age of 21. And I tried my best to give you a little bit of an overview of what Albania has done, but of course there is so much more that could be said. But I hope that this conference will provide us with valuable inputs from all of the countries and we'll get to learn a lot more from each other. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Now we're going to move to Andorra, Ms. Judith Pallares Cortes, which is the Minister for Social Affairs, Youth and Equality. Please come to the rostrum.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me first to thank the Italian chairmanship of the Committee of Ministers for having organized this conference with the aim to launch the Council of Europe strategy for the rights of the child for the years to come. However, all minds and all hearts should be today with Ukrainian children. Only yesterday, my country, together with Belgium, Luxembourg, Monaco, San Marino, and Slovenia, had read in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe a declaration on behalf of 44 countries on the consequences of the aggression of the Russian Federation for the children in Ukraine. A timely declaration, since we have seen with our eyes and just also seen a few minutes ago during the message to us of the First Lady of Ukraine presented by the ambassador, that children have been specifically targeted with attacks on their homes, schools, kindergartens, hospitals, orphanages, care institutions. We are going to continue talking during this conference, and we have to. Even now, as we speak, children continue to be exposed, to be killed, injured, trafficked, abducted, exploited, and sexually abused. They need our immediate action and protection. In this regard, the Andorran government has already taken all the necessary measures to provide assistance to more than 300 Ukrainians until today, mostly women and children, mothers with kids, that have sought refuge in our little country. We are there for them, and we will continue to be in the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Andorra welcomes the adoption of the Council of Europe strategy for the rights of the children. And I would like to underline the relevance of this strategic objective dedicated to children's rights in crisis and emergency situations, especially after the COVID-19 and the Russian aggression. The strategy is the result of a broad and inclusive process in consultation and active engagement of different stakeholders, including 220 children. It could not have been otherwise. Similarly, in Andorra, when elaborating the National Plan for Children and Adolescents, we decided to be even more ambitious. We wanted that all children and adolescents aged 6 to 18 living in Andorra could participate in the process. And let me tell you, we have been successful. Children involvement and contribution are the key elements that will make our national plan realistic, feasible, and close to those to which it is addressed. And through their participation, we make sure they also attain its ownership. But this task would not have been possible without the invaluable support throughout the drafting process of high professionals from the Council of Europe and various international experts that provided by the Council to us. Special persons that thanks here today to Regina and Jean-Claude, Vanessa, Tara and Teresa, that they were very helpful for us. The strategy's ultimate goal, like our national plan, is to effectively promote and protect the rights of our children. Dear colleagues, there is nothing more precious than our children. As Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And now we're going to Estonia. I invite to the rostrum Mrs. Sanja Riisalo, which is the Minister for Social Protection. I can see her, please.
Thank you. Dear young delegates, colleagues and honorable representatives of international organizations. The Council of Europe has acted and will continue to act as a regional driver for better, safer, more equal and inclusive Europe that represents human rights and supports member states in striving toward this goal. Having a clear vision and focus, financial means, tools, monitoring systems, and also the willpower to make change happen is what enables us to reach it. And the Council of Europe, with its new strategy for the rights of the child, is giving us an extra push along the way. The measures that Estonia has applied during the outgoing strategy for the right of the child are as follows. To fight child poverty, we have significantly raised child allowances, reformed parental benefit system, and are offering housing, loan guarantee, and home improvement allowances for families with many children. We have phased out institution-based care, moved to family-based care, and launched aftercare. We have raised the quality of alternative care, trained and supported care providers. Also, campaigns and outreach activities have been carried out to find foster families and normalize family-based substitute care. Since 2016, corporal punishment of children has been prohibited by law. We have trained and motivated child protection workers, created notification channels and hotlines, and raised awareness and children's rights throughout the whole society. We have adopted and started to offer evidence-based positive parenting program and improved services to support family relationship and parent education. We have trained specialists working with juvenile and young offenders. Also, risk and need assessment tools are used, and alternative interventions are placed for juvenile offenders to replace fines and sanctions to prison. We have launched an integrated partner house model to react to the cases of child sexual abuse. For the ongoing strategy, we have set our focus on ending violence against children. Combating violence against children means not only contributing to the social sphere, but also joint action in the field of education, health, and law enforcement, which makes the existence of integrated child protection system essential. We aim for child protection that is loop-free. As we are living in the digital era, access and safe use of digital technologies is what shapes our present and future. Besides various threats that need to be addressed, this field also offers many positive opportunities for children and can support children's development and further coping. It is important to establish a safe and healthy balance between the use of digital technology and mental and physical health. Finally, it is crucial to increase equal opportunities and inclusion for children. In addition to the Council of Europe's strategy for the rights of the child, the European Union's Child Guarantee gives an excellent focus to this priority area and has indeed provided to be especially relevant during the pandemic and now, during the terrible war in Ukraine. Even more, 1,000 villages in Ukraine became crime scene. Children in Ukraine lost their homes, parents, and lives. Our hearts are broken. But our doors are open to Ukrainian children and mothers, when fathers, brothers, husbands fighting for freedom and human rights. Today, it is particularly important to stress that systems need to adapt quickly and flexibly to help those in need. Once the war is over, it is our mission to the children that have fled the war in Ukraine to hand them back educated, healthy, and well-held, because that is what every child is entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your powerful word. And now I give the floor to Mr. Dauzan, which is the Minister of Education and Children for Iceland. I'll invite you again to stick to the 4 minutes time.
Ladies and gentlemen, young delegates, dear colleagues, as we celebrate the launch of the Council's new strategy for the rights of the child, my heart is heavy after the address of the Ukrainian First Lady. My thoughts are with children of Ukraine, but we have to do more than send thoughts. This is why we must ensure rights of children. This is why we have to act. This is why we have to do more than just talk. I must state how impressed I am with the new strategy's progressive and innovative tone. It truly heralds a new era for the rights of child, an era where we simply must uphold child rights to higher standard than ever before. As we build back better in a post-COVID Europe, in a Europe where more children than ever have had to flee their homes and their security, innovation must be at the heart of how we govern, develop policy, and implement human rights. I want to congratulate all of you, the Child Rights Division, Ms. Regina Jensdottir, and the Council of Europe for the strategy's implementation. Children's rights have always been a priority in Iceland's cooperation with the Council of Europe, and that will not change while I am a minister. We have benefited from our collaboration with the Council, and we really appreciate your work. Iceland has strived to be a contributing member of the Council, and I'm delighted that our Barnahus model has been tried and tested in many of the Council member states, giving us valuable lessons on how we can improve the model further. I have for a long time, long before I became a minister, been concerned about the long-term consequences for children when they don't receive the important support they need and when they need it. Even though Iceland is by many considered among the best places in the world for children, we have seen far too many instances where children are dealing with consequences that could have been prevented with early intervention methods. And from my first day in office for the past 4.5 years, we have been working towards revolutionizing services in the interest of children's prosperity in Iceland. Hundreds of individuals, institutions, and organizations have contributed to this effort. On this journey, we have been standing on the shoulders of Barnahus model, building on its legacy of bringing different sectors and systems together for children's well-being. I would especially like to mention our new legislation of the integration of services in the interest of children's prosperity, which I believe is revolutionary, as well as new child protection legislation. We have also introduced and financed Iceland's first policy and action plan for the implementation of the CRC. As you can imagine, changes like these call for big increase in government investment in services for children and families. And I say investment because following the development of this legislation, a comprehensive economic evaluation was conducted. The financing of the legislation is projected to give 9.6% return from the year 2070. And I tell you this because I think we should use same or similar method on everything we do related to children's rights and services for children and families. Do an economic evaluation and how that will be an investment, because it is an investment. The rights of children will be a key priority during Iceland's upcoming chairmanship of the Council of Europe, which starts in November. We will do all we can to increase innovation for child rights and child-friendly justice for all children. Our aim is to expand our vision for the Barnahus model. In the next year, we want to lead a discussion on the future of Barnahus, both on how we can work together to innovate and integrate the model to reach more groups of vulnerable children, but also how we can use the same ideology by breaking down the walls between different systems or sectors and making changes that put children in the heart of our systems, not the other way around. And now, last but not least, we need to put more focus on the rights and voices of the most vulnerable children, especially children that have experiences from emergency situations such as Ukraine, as well as other parts of the world. We need to listen to these children. We need to listen to them now. We need to work together to secure their rights. Everyone in this room are playing a certain role. And it would be good for all of us to think for 45 seconds on what we're going to bring home with us from these meetings here. But I'm not going to spend my time on that because I've already been over the time now. I want to say to myself what I want to bring home from this conference. I want to use this conference to empower myself to be more proactive, to empower others to be more proactive. We have to both find and turn on the activist inside of us. Even though we are ministers, even though we play a certain role in our home country. This has always been important, but never as important as it is today. Because we all know it can take a lifetime to forget a few hard minutes of childhood, and these children are experiencing severe trauma every minute of every day. We need to work together to ensure immediate humanitarian support, to ensure that children's basic needs are met, as well as humanitarian corridors to bring them and their families to safety in other European countries. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your encouragement. And now I encourage you to go to the coffee break. It's going to be shorter than supposed. At 11:45 sharp, we're going to start again the conference. And please try not to be late because we are already running a little bit late. Thank you very much.
Beh, sono, capito Francia, quelle fuori? Sì. Avete fatto pausa, gente? Ma io sto a posto. L'avete fatta? Io no, però sto a posto. Ah, ok. Ti manca l'acqua in vetro, ci stanno i direttori qua, io posso chiedere, facciamo un no, soprattutto adesso vanno tutti da podio, quindi c'è giusto qualcosa di pomeriggio, qualcosa roba. Quindi questo coffee break quanto dura, visto che non c'è la foto? Se hanno i terzi di mezz'ora, hanno iniziato presto, mezz'ora, 20 minuti. Però dato che era 45 minuti con dentro anche la foto, senza foto, questo coffee break quanto dura? Sarà 40 minuti, la foto 5 minuti. 5 minuti, 40 minuti di coffee break. Io speravo mezz'ora, sembra lungo, no? In caso perché abbiamo molto ritardo, cioè molto, mezz'ora. Poi c'è
So if you want to start to take your seat, we're going to resume soon. There is no, the family photo is cancelled, for who is wondering. The family photo is cancelled. Please gain your seat. We're going to start soon. Take your seat. We're going to start now. So I would like to remind you that if you want to post anything on the social media about the conference, you're more than welcome. I'm going to repeat the hashtag for you, which is COE as Council of Europe, 4 with number, okay, children. Please, if you can take your seat over there and just be quiet, we're going to start. And of course, we're going to continue inviting here the representative and delegates for the member states that are going to explain to us how they are going to implement and what they've done so far, actually, for the rights of the children in their own country. And thank you. And so I will invite to the podium, to the rostrum, I know that is already here, the Minister for Gender Equality and Disability Integration and Youth Affairs for Ireland, Mr. Roderick O'Gorman. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. Ireland welcomes the launch of the new strategy for the rights of the child of the Council of Europe, building on the achievements of the previous strategy from 2016 to 2021. And it is critical that protecting and supporting the rights of children remain a central principle as we uphold democracy and preserve the rule of law. And this strategy is timely as Ireland embarks on the development of our new national policy framework for children and young people, covering the period from 2023 to 2028, which will have a strong rights focus. This builds on the significant advances achieved in securing improved outcomes for children and young people in Ireland under our previous framework, Better Outcomes, Brighter Futures. Ireland is proud of its achievement in recent years, protecting and enhancing the rights of children and young people, and I would like to outline some of the developments we've made across our strategy. In recent years, Ireland has introduced several strategies, policies and initiatives to support the rights of the child, and this includes the publication of the Roadmap for Social Inclusion, which emphasises supporting families and reducing child poverty. We are also continuing to expand the Delivering Equality of Opportunity in Schools initiative, which is the main policy initiative for tackling educational disadvantage. My department is leading on First Five, Ireland's first ever cross-departmental strategy to support babies, young children and families. And this includes major reforms like the introduction of a national childcare scheme, introducing additional family leave, and the development of national model of parenting supports. Since the publication of the National Strategy for Children and Young People's Participation in Decision-Making, Ireland has led the way in ensuring that children and young people are at the heart of government decision-making. And last year, I launched a national framework for participation in decision-making to further enhance that work by providing practical tools to ensure children and young people are included in decision-making. We've Hub na nÓg, a national centre of excellence that supports organisations to give children and young people a voice in decision-making. And we're also seeking the views of young people on important policy issues, particularly like the issue of climate change. And I know my colleague, Senator Joe O'Reilly, will be addressing the issue of children's rights and environmental rights in a breakout session later on. Ireland is committed to ensuring children live a life free from violence. The Children First Act from 2015 promotes the protection of children from abuse and neglect, and it places legal obligations on people, many of whom are professionals, to report child protection concerns at or above a defined threshold to social work departments, and sets out what organisations need to do to keep children safe. We are also in the process of significant reforms to achieve enhanced child-friendly justice. Legislative reforms, including a childcare amendment bill, will underline the core objective and focus of a guardian ad litem. And these are officers who inform the court of any views expressed by a child and make recommendations that are in the child's best interest, having considered the views of the child. And the government has committed to the establishment of a specialised family court to create more family-friendly legal proceedings. And these reforms will involve appointing judges with specialised training, skills and experience with a dedicated focus on family law. And both public and private law proceedings will be heard in the new Family Court Division, and a Family Justice Oversight Group is developing an overall vision for the establishment of specialised courts and a new family justice system in Ireland. And finally, Ireland recognises the impact of the digital environment on children and young people. We've drafted an online safety and media regulation bill to establish a regulatory framework for online safety to protect the public, including children, from harmful material. And we'll ensure any online service user has access to effective complaints mechanisms operated by the online servers themselves. So Ireland will continue to progress actions to support children and young people's access to their rights across the 6 priority areas of the new strategy. I want to thank everyone involved in this new strategy for the rights of the child, and I urge all member states to work together to make this strategy a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Now we'll invite to the podium, to the rostrum, Ms. Monika Navickienė, which is the Minister of Social Security and Labour for Lithuania. Yeah, here you are. Please.
Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, today I will not speak about strategy implementation in Lithuania. In the light of the brutal attack on one of the peaceful European countries, Ukraine showed us the new reality in which we must and we have to reconsider the importance of our common decisions and our impact that has to be done today to protect children's rights in Ukraine and those fleeing from war to our countries. Half of the children in Ukraine were forced to leave their houses. 2 million children refugees. In Lithuania, we have more than 40,000 refugees and 70,000 of them are children. The strategy that made child safety as a priority reminds us all that children and every human being in the world are entitled to enjoy the full range of human rights. Each of us that is gathered here today can make a difference. With every speech we make, every topic we raise, to finally stop brutal attack of Russia in Ukraine. Our countries must support all sanctions for Russia, to provide maximum support with guns and humanitarian support to Ukraine to stop this war. To stop the war not only against Ukraine and Ukrainian children, but against all the Western democratic value-based world where all the children can and have to be safe and protected. Each of us gathered here can and must speak up more and to make an effort in reaching this goal. There is no small steps. All our measures are important. We must not forget that, and we have to be restless. More and more news come from the cities of Ukraine. That makes us witness horrendous war crimes against children. They were not only deprived of carefree days that each child has the right to enjoy throughout childhood, not only taken away a chance to go to school, to play with their friends, to enjoy happy moments with their families, but their lives were taken too soon due to brutal torture and inhuman suffering. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I know each of our countries does a lot to help Ukrainian brothers and sisters fleeing their homes to get a safe place and be protected in this situation. However, seeing the recent developments, everyone understands that we need to do more. We are obliged to do more, especially when it comes to protecting child rights and we as other vulnerable groups. Even when coming to our countries, children are still endangered by other threats, such as trafficking, such as illegal adoption, and other forms of exploitation. Therefore, we still need to stand tall, show our unity and our solidarity, and put all possible measures to resources and in place to remove even the slightest danger from the children's lives in their future exploitation and their suffering. So thank you sincerely for the Council of Europe and all member states for the unity and solidarity that we have in bright moments, but especially in dark minutes. We do see a new strategy on the rights of the child as an important step further that reminds us that children are not only our future, but they are our present too, and they need our decisions today too. Dear Ambassador of Ukraine, we want to leave the message that Lithuania and other countries will always be at your side. We will be restless in helping Ukrainian families and children and to all those that are fighting for all our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marcel Spatari, which is the Minister of Labor and Social Protection for the Republic of Moldova.
Dear children, dear ministers, dear Secretary General of the Council of Europe, dear participants. We are living extraordinary times and facing extraordinary challenges. The Russian war in Ukraine has displaced hundreds of thousands of mothers and children. Almost 400,000 refugees have crossed the border of the Republic of Moldova, and more than 90,000 stay now on the territory of our country. For a country of 2.7 million, this is almost 4% of our population. For comparison, this is equivalent to 2.2 million to the size of Italy. More than 90% of the refugees in Moldova have found private accommodation, most of them staying with Moldovan families. Less than 10% of the refugees are in organized placement centers. Almost half of the Ukrainian refugees now living on the territory of our country are children. It means that every 11th child in Moldova is currently a refugee. These 47,000 children must be provided with shelter, hygiene, healthcare, food, and very importantly, education. Our country has allowed Ukrainian pupils to attend classes, and asylum seekers are enrolled in the education system. If this situation is here to last, and indeed it appears to be so, we might have to expand the capacity of our education system by more than 10%. This is a difficult and, for a poor country, as Moldova is, an expensive endeavor. We have also allowed Ukrainian adults to freely access our labor market in order to be able to get an income for living. However, this raises another issue. Most of the refugees in Moldova are women with children. Although these women might be able to find a job, it is very difficult for them to find childcare services. And this is precisely because Moldova has a structural deficit of childcare services. Our public nursery institutions cover less than 20% of all children below the age of 3. The private sector is not regulated and there are no standards for babysitting. This adds to many issues we are facing when it comes to the rights of children. And here, if you allow me, I will switch to French. En République de Moldova, nous avons nombreux enfants.
We have many children who suffer. Many are put at the margins of society. More than one child out of 10 is not doesn't have access to school, and because school depends on the situation of the family. Children have a hard time accessing school, and it is more than 30% of children in Moldavia suffer from economic difficulties. Children suffer also from exploitation and bodily punishment. We absolutely need to find solutions. I am glad to announce that in April we will open up a new center for children, and we will announce the new strategy for the protection of the rights of child 2022-2027 on the occasion of the opening of this center. And of course, investments are going to be made. But we can have all the ministers and ministries, all the strategies and action plans, all the investments you wish, but we will not be able to succeed unless we have the most important thing of all, which is peace. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. At this point, I would like to invite Mr. Didier Gamerdinger, Minister of Social Affairs and Health of Monaco, to come up to the podium. Excellencies, youth delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in the Principality of Monaco, respect for human rights is a tradition and a constant commitment. This commitment is reflected in a very particular way, the special attention that is devoted to the most vulnerable people, the elderly, the disabled, and of course children. In our country, children's policy is a reflection of our local realities, but also of our openness to the world. Our government is as concerned with the concrete needs of the children of Monaco, which we're so close to, in a limited territory of 2 square kilometers, as it is with the ideals conceived for all children to which the major international texts refer. The Principality is, in fact, a party to numerous international conventions protecting children and is keen to comply with the objectives of the successive strategies of the Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child. In this respect, We have we of course have drawn inspiration from the Sofia strategy, and indeed it was launched 5 years ago, and it inspired us in many respects, and in particular on two objectives. The first one was about a life without violence. In line with this objective, in December 2021, our institutions adopted a law on school bullying, which aims to protect children against the trivialization of verbal aggression or psychological pressure at school. In addition, a major awareness-raising campaign was carried out in 2020 to combat domestic violence, the main message of which was violence has no place in our lives. The second objective of the Sofia strategy, favored by Monaco, concerned the rights of the child in the digital environment. The Monegasque authorities have thus given an important place within the school law on school bullying to the phenomenon of cyberbullying in order to combat the provocations and nuisances that continue outside school, on the internet and on social networks. It's also with a view to protecting children in the digital environment that our National Action Plan, Psychological Balance and Well-Being, adopted at the very beginning of 2022, aims in a benevolent approach to prevent addictions, and in particular addictions to screens and social networks. The new strategy that opens today will give Monaco the opportunity to go further. The Rome strategy includes in its priority objectives the protection of children against violence. It thus invites us to develop the prevention aspect. In this perspective, my department is planning to create a new legal framework to enable the social services to prevent acts of violence and to reestablish or reinstate the dialogue, which has sometimes been broken up with families. In line with our previous actions, the second objective that will hold our attention over the next 5 years concerns access to the new technologies and their safe use by all children. Indeed, our head of state has announced that he wishes to accelerate the Principality's digital transition. Monaco's children can therefore benefit from privileged access to new technologies at school and in public facilities. The Principality, of course, will continue to be faithful to its intention to protect and welcome children, and therefore will do this also with or towards the Ukrainian children. Now, going back to technologies and the safe use of these new technologies by children, as I've mentioned previously, the head of state has announced that the Principality's digital transition will be promoted so that children don't run the risk of being exposed to risks on the web, being exposed to child pornography or what have you. Now, with every change of era comes a change of law. The digital age, which is shaking up all horizons, will therefore necessarily lead to the emergence of a new era of children's rights. The Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child couldn't have chosen a better title to announce the content of the fascinating debates that await us and to which the Principality is delighted to contribute. Thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Video message that is coming to us from Ms. Marina Lazebna, who is the Minister of Social Policy for Ukraine.
Шановні учасники конференції високого рівня, сьогоднішня зустріч є повномасштабним запуском в Європі нової стратегії захисту прав дитини до 2027 року. Ця стратегія виділяє 6 основних пріоритетів для країн-членів Ради Європи. Свобода від насильства для всіх дітей, рівні можливості та соціальна інклюзія для всіх дітей, доступ та безпечне використання технологій для всіх дітей, дружнє до дітей правосуддя, права дитини в кризових та надзвичайних ситуаціях і, найважливіше, дати слово кожній дитині. Сьогодні я б хотіла, щоб дали слово українським дітям, щоб вони розповіли про свої права в умовах повномасштабної війни Росії проти України, про те, як саме ця війна закреслила кожен із пріоритетів, визначених цією стратегією. Але, на жаль, велика кількість українських дітей не можуть сьогодні поговорити з нами, тому що вони в бомбосховищах, де немає зв'язку, а також тепла, світла, ліків, часто їжі і води. Тому що російські війська не дозволяють нам вивести їх в безпечні місця, не пропускають гуманітарну допомогу до них, примусово вивозять до Російської Федерації, тобто викрадають. Але я вірю, що, не дивлячись на це, ви все одно почуєте їхні голоси, їхню правду про те, що війна – це тотальне порушення прав дитини, навіть більше. Це демонстративне знищення, заперечення кожного права дитини правом грубої сили. За 40 днів з початку війни від дій російських військ загинуло 165 дітей. Але трагедія в тому, що ми не знаємо реально, скільки їх в окупованих містах. Після того, як звільнили передмістя Києва, бачимо, що багато. Я не хочу підсилювати враження від своїх слів фотографіями загиблих дітей із звільнених міст і селищ зі слідами катувань, фізичного та сексуального насильства. Самі слова достатньо жахливі. Знайте, що більше 4 мільйонів українських дітей були змушені покинути свої домівки, рятуючись від воєнних дій. Це більше, ніж населення деяких країн Європи. Ці діти, зараз у яких немає дому, які розлучені з родинами. Часто вони їдуть одним із батьків, а інші залишаються захищати свою землю. Іноді їдуть з кимось із родичів, а іноді просто із сусідами і знайомими. І це також порушення фундаментального права дитини на сім'ю. Найважче обстріли та евакуація даються дітям з інвалідністю. Війна перекреслила більшість наших зусиль щодо розбудови інклюзії і соціальних послуг для дітей з інвалідністю та їх родин. Вона перекреслила індивідуальні досягнення дітей у соціалізації. Російські війська прицільно руйнують школи, лікарні, пологові будинки. Діти народжуються в метро та бомбосховищах. Вчителі ведуть дистанційні уроки під обстрілами. І це лише верхівка айсбергу про те, що відбувається з правами дитини під час війни. Стратегією захисту прав дітей, яка на 5 років стане новим стандартом для формування політики європейських країн, Комітет міністрів Ради Європи схвалив 23 лютого. А 24 лютого Росія завдала ракетних ударів по містах України. Я щиро дякую за швидку реакцію Ради Європи на це. Бо вже 25 лютого було призупинено представництво країни-агресора, а 16 березня Комітет міністрів виключив її зі складу членів Ради Європи. І це дає чіткий сигнал, що цивілізований світ не терпітиме цинічний наступ на права людини і захищатиме право на майбутнє для своїх дітей. Але зараз захист безпеки та прав дітей у Європі потребують від нас рішучих кроків. Якщо агресор буде бачити, що можна безкарно вбивати, то він піде далі. Тому я звертаюся до вас з проханням діяти. Війна має бути зупинена якнайшвидше. Ціна за її продовження має стати непідйомною для Росії. І я прошу всіх присутніх лобіювати впровадження нових санкцій проти Росії, припиняти будь-які бізнес-стосунки та торгівлю з Росією, щоб підприємства та споживачі у ваших країнах не спонсорували вбивства наших дітей. Винищення мирних жителів має бути зупинено негайно. Нам потрібно закрити небо, нам потрібні гуманітарні коридори до оточених міст, щоб врятувати мирних жителів та припинити геноцид. Дітям, постраждалим від війни, потрібні захист та підтримка. Я вдячна кожній країні, яка надає прихисток нашим дітям, направляє гуманітарну допомогу та кошти на рахунок для гуманітарних потреб тих, хто залишився в Україні. Нещодавно ми надіслали 23 країнам Євросоюзу меморандум щодо захисту прав переміщених українських дітей з вразливих категорій. Я прошу розглянути його максимально у короткі строки і готова обговорювати допомогу у захисті прав українських дітей з кожною країною, яка хоче допомогти. Слава Україні!
Again, not easy to get back to our normal schedule, but we have to, exactly because the purpose is, as the minister was saying, is to protect the right of the children, so the mission is very important here today. And I give the floor to Ms. Stepania, who is the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs for Armenia.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me extend my gratitude to the Council of Europe and the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers for the invitation to the conference, excellent organization, and a warm welcome. Today, the geopolitical developments and global challenges seem to influence not only our immediate actions, but our plans for immediate tomorrow as well. Such important events are good occasions to focus on specific topics of global importance. In this case, the rights of the child in an in-depth manner present our visions and reflect on the recent developments and challenges. They also serve to an efficient platform where we resolve to accelerate the implementation of our international commitments. The protection of children's rights and ensuring their well-being must be responsibility of all, universally considered as a mobile contribution not only to their lives, but also to sustainable development of our countries and furthermore to the involvement of humanity. The protection and promotion of children's rights is the core of the state public policy of the Republic of Armenia. A number of measures, including legislative reforms, have implemented and in this direction in the country during the past years. Today, the state policy is being adjusted and improved even further to bring it to full compliance with our international obligations and commitments, and in order to face new realities and challenges. In particular, the programs implemented within the framework of the state policy and the field of advancement and protection of children's rights are aimed to physical, mental, emotional, and moral development of children, thus striving to ensure equal opportunities and suitable conditions to their comprehensive social inclusion. Giving amount importance to protect and ensure the right of the child to live in a family, Armenia still continues the process of the institutionalization of children institutions. In this case, the impossibility of reunification with the biological families, the family-type alternative care methods are being stimulated. In order to promote the right of the child to live in a family, the state, starting from 2020, had delegating specialized services to non-governmental organizations, the aim of which is to bring services to communities. Nothing should deviate us from the agenda of creating favorable conditions for the protection of children's rights. Despite the global COVID-19 pandemic and the military aggression unleashed by Azerbaijan against Nagorno-Karabakh and its people in 2020, the government of Armenia continues to undertake all the possible steps to ensure that children maintain normal life. The consolidated efforts by the state, local, and international actors made it possible to mitigate the negative consequences of this double crisis on children's lives in Armenia. So only strong commitments of governments and political will to implement and support internationally recognized norms can guarantee the full enjoyment of human rights worldwide. I look forward to interesting and productive deliberations, and I hope that this conference will become an efficient platform for the participating states, international and civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to join aims and our common desires to improve the well-being of our children. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Deputy Minister. Now I will invite Ms. Susana Freita-Lopesova, which is the Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs for Czech Republic. Here you are.
Distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, young delegates, I am honored to take part in this discussion on the rights of the child and their implementation in the years to come. The enforcement of the rights of the child and families with children has already been a major challenge in peaceful, democratic European society. And it is a much greater challenge today as the war has changed the lives of thousands of children and families overnight. Children are without a doubt the most vulnerable in this context. Today, however, thanks to this long-planned meeting, we have a great opportunity to respond to the situation in time and with all due respect to the rights of the child. Although the current crisis leads us to address the situation of children afflicted by the war as a matter of priority, we should not forget the long-term unresolved aims. Shortcomings in the legal protection system, inconsistencies in the implementation of some previously adopted measures, or outright absence of effective solutions, for example, in dealing with domestic violence or approach to children in police investigations or the judiciary. Interdisciplinarity cooperation is certainly necessary in promoting safe and dignified living conditions for children and families, especially in the areas of education, healthcare, and stable housing. The crisis is forcing us to reconsider, readjust, and resolve many of these things. It can be an opportunity to break the ice where we have made no real progress for years. Great emphasis is placed on children's participation. Children and their families are considered key players in solving their family situation. They should have a strong and equal voice in the needs assessment process, and their input is the key to identify the necessary steps to promote the rights of the child. It is essential to have sufficient capacity and tools that fully respect the views and wishes of the child. Crises and emergency situations place even greater demands on the consistent and rapid fulfillment of the goals in response to the acute needs of children. In an effort to ensure safety and basic childcare, it is not possible to ignore the child's right to identity, privacy, maintaining ties with family or loved ones, the right to education, and the support of professional services. The horrific experience these children go through will be followed in quick succession by a number of other changes, such as adaptation to a new environment, learning a foreign language, or making new friends. Many experts from many different fields will be needed to help, at least partially, cope with the often irreversible damage to the child's soul. Given that the Czech Republic is very actively involved in resolving the current crisis, it should be noted that the Czech Republic's priorities are fully in line with the Council of Europe's strategy on the rights of the child. Fundamental attention is focused on the priority of promoting children's rights in crisis and emergency solutions. In the context of the Ukrainian crisis, increased attention needs to be paid to the families of children and children facing extreme poverty, children at risk of violence, abuse, or severe neglect, or children deprived of their own family environment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and for the possibility to share our experience with you. I believe that the new Council of Europe strategy for the rights of the child will be a strong and efficient tool to support children's rights all over Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now I invite to the rostrum Mr. Georgios Kotsiras, Deputy Minister of Justice in charge of international cooperation and human rights for Greece.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear young delegates, I'm particularly honored to participate in the high-level launching conference for the new strategy for the rights of the child. Considering that complex issues concerning children's rights need to be addressed and require adequate responses, the adoption of a Council of Europe strategy serves the aim of agreeing on a shared vision and agenda and developing a common reference framework with specific objectives. The strategy constitutes a basis for effective short and long-term action. It is particularly important that the 6 priority areas and the 3 cross-cutting issues are the result of a broad and inclusive process, including consultations and active engagement with different stakeholders. Since children represent the main target group and stakeholders of the strategy, one of the central aspects of the procedure was the child consultation. I would like to deeply thank the children for their key contribution, and I'm particularly proud that Greece, through the Ministry of Justice, participated in the process. Given the current situation in Ukraine and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children, it is important that the 6th priority area concerns children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. At national level, the adoption of integrated strategies constitutes the key to the effective promotion and protection of the rights of the child. The first Greek National Action Plan for the Rights of the Child, a comprehensive horizontal strategy for the protection of children's rights with 7 priority axes, was adopted in June 2021. Moreover, the recent amendments to the Penal Code and the Code of the Criminal Procedure enhance the protection of minor victims. Additionally, in December 2021, the Children's House of Athens was put into operation for the first time. In that special designed space, an interdisciplinary approach is applied so that children can be heard in a more child-friendly environment. This is in line with the strategy's 4th strategy objective and ensures that the best interests of the child are upheld in criminal proceedings. In the new legal framework for the National School of Judges, children's rights and child-friendly justice principles have been included for the first time in the regular training of judges and specifically in their mandatory training programs. Furthermore, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education, human rights-related materials with an emphasis on the rights of the child have been included in the skills workshops and the curricula in primary, lower and upper secondary education. Since child participation is one of the key objectives of the strategy, I would like to highlight that many of the above policies were included in the proposals submitted to the Ministry of Justice by children. It is essential to strengthen the role of children and enhance the right to be heard and influence decisions made by adults based on Article 12 of UN Convention. The Ministry of Justice also participates in the consortium of a project which aims at promoting and reinforcing child participation in criminal proceedings. The consortium is composed of 6 partners in 4 EU countries, with the Defence for Children International Italia being our key partner. The Ministry of Justice is also supporting a project which aims at training Greek and Cypriot criminal, civil and administrative judges in the field of child-friendly justice. We are also planning initiatives related to the management of the communication of minor victims and their families, the further protection of the rights of minor victims in the justice systems, and the rights of minor victims with disabilities. Finally, Greece will soon launch a national action plan for the protection of children from sexual abuse and exploitation. The plan is based on the principles of Lanzarote Convention and the European Strategy to combat sexual abuse of children for the period 2020-2025. The Greek government initiatives clearly reflect its strong commitment to the effective promotion and protection of the rights of the child and the implementation of the rights of the child over the next years. Definitely, we have more work to do, and the Council of Europe strategy will undoubtedly play a pivotal role in planning our future policies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Now I invite to the rostrum the Vice Minister of Family and Social Service for Turkey, Mr. Ismail Ergunes. He's going to speak in his mother tongue, so please just put your headphone because there's going to be anyway interpretation in English.
Dear Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be here today at the conference on Beyond the Horizon, a new era for the rights of the child, jointly organized by the Council of Europe and the Italian presidency of the Committee of Ministers on the occasion of the new strategy for the rights of the child 2022-2027 by the Council of Europe. In the first quarter of the 21st century, Turkey has been one of the countries most affected by international forced migration movements due to humanitarian crises and instability. Our country has been a destination country of immigration and a safe harbor, with the effect of positive progress in socioeconomic development from its position as a country that has emigrated and transit features until recently within the international migration system. Experienced migrations have been on the agenda of the world and especially Europe, not only because of the human tragedy that they've revealed, but also because of the security problems that they've created. Since the beginning of the humanitarian crisis that started in Syria in 2011, Turkey has become the country that hosts the largest number of refugees in the world with its entrepreneurial and humanitarian foreign policy approach. On the other hand, it has made efforts for an inclusive, transparent, and accountable system to build a more just world. More than 4 million refugees, mostly Syrians, live in Turkey, and nearly 2 million of these people are children. Children are the group that pays the heaviest price and carries the heaviest burden in the face of the crisis. Our country has undertaken the difficult task of providing services in accordance with the national legal framework, especially in the fields of health, education, and social services, to foreigners under temporary protection and international protection applicants and status holders. In line with these, for Syrians and foreigners under temporary protection, international protection applicants and status holders, they're provided with access to health services through immigrant health centers and units operating as part of Turkish public health centers. In addition, efforts to expand health services for those under temporary protection continue through the integration of Turkish doctors and nurses, as well as Syrian health personnel working in immigrant health centers and units. They're provided with free access to protective equipment, testing, and medicines for COVID-19, regardless of whether they have Social Security or not. The inclusion of children in the education system is encouraged. More than 80,000 Syrian children under temporary protection are enrolled in formal education in Turkey. Other complementary services, such as the Conditional Education Assistance for Education program, state-sponsored school transportation, and the provision of dormitories, has helped these children in distress to stay in education. Despite the increased burden with the COVID-19 response, Turkey continues to ensure the Syrians under temporary protection and international protection applicants and status holders have access to services within the scope of national systems such as health, education, and social services. Our country is also watching the war in Ukraine with concern. As in any conflict, women and children are at disproportionate risk. In this context, Turkey has opened its doors to children at risk and their accompanying care personnel. Our country, on the other hand, continues its diplomatic initiatives for peace with a perspective that puts the conscience at the very center. On the other hand, it continues to protect the oppressed and the victims. Distinguished participants, children are one of the most vulnerable groups in the world, and they are becoming more and more vulnerable by the day. They're exposed to wars and conflicts that break out for reasons they do not understand and they have no effect on, and are heavily affected as the most fragile portion of this process. The risks and threats faced by children don't disappear in their destination countries. It is our shared responsibility to support displaced, migrant, or refugee children in their country and around the world, because no one is immune from the effects of multifaceted crisis in the world. Due to our geographical location, we are among the countries most affected by internal conflicts, wars, and crises. At a time when the world is silent about these conflicts in our region, the Ukrainian crisis has reminded the world that it should look back at people and take care of people. On this conference, it is important to remember the threats and challenges that children face every day, whether they're refugees, asylum seekers, or internally displaced persons. Uprooted children need hope, opportunity, and protection. It is our common responsibility to realize the rights and dreams of these children. I would like to thank those who have contributed to the 2022-2027 strategy document on the rights of the child and wish to achieve new breakthroughs or achievements in children's rights through this conference. I would therefore like to express my gratitude to Italy for hosting the conference.
İnsana tekrar dönüp bakması ve insanla ilgilenmesi gerektiğini hatırlatmıştır. Bu konferans vesilesiyle çocukların her gün karşılaştıkları tehditleri ve güçlükleri hatırlamak önemlidir. İster mülteci, ister sığınmacı, ister kendi ülkesinde yerinden edilmiş olsun, köklerinden kopan çocukların umutla, fırsatlara ve korunmaya ihtiyaçları vardır. Bu çocukların haklarını ve hayallerini gerçekleştirmek de ortak sorumluluğumuzdur. 2022-2027 Çocuk Hakları Strateji Belgesi'nde emeği geçenlere teşekkür ediyor ve bu konferans vesilesiyle çocuk haklarında yeni kazanımlar elde edilmesini diliyorum. Konferansa ev sahipliği yapan İtalya devletine de şükranlarımı sunuyorum.
Shukran, Minister. Thank you very much for your intervention. Et maintenant, Monsieur Adrien Taquet, les secrétaires d'État.
And now we give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Adrien Taquet, State Secretary in charge of Children and Families at the Ministry of Solidarity and Health, France. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today, more than ever in the past, the question of the rights of children is crucial, not only in our public policies, but in our conscience. It puts us in face of our responsibilities. We see what is happening in Ukraine. It reminds us that at this very time, children are the first victims of violence and aggression simply because they are the most vulnerable. And our presence here is fundamental, as it was 4 months ago when we reunited around the principle of guaranteeing the rights of children. We published an important statement of the 27 ministers of Europe for children, recalling the importance of protection for children in this war that was barely starting. And today we see these children, the children who are victims of what are very close indeed to war crimes. So more than ever in the past, we must build a Europe with and for children, as the program Building a Europe, adopted in Monaco in 2006, invited us to do so, and we have repeatedly reaffirmed our will to make better known, to enforce and respect the rights of children. The previous strategy of the Council already sets ambitious objectives, guaranteeing equal opportunities for all children, ensuring children a life free from violence, addressing the new challenges arising, for instance, from the digital environment. Its implementation mobilized the Council of Europe, the governments in each member state, and France has in recent years been deeply engaged in this. And my government, since 2019, launched a national plan to contrast violence against children, to better train professionals, to ensure that the voice of children is listened to and protect them better in their daily lives. And this means controlling the judiciary record of those who are working and are in contact with children. It means combating violence and abuse in institutions, protection of children with disabilities. It means mobilizing society as a whole to identify intra-family violence. 80% of violence against children in France does occur within the family itself. We work with schools to have a systematic identification of children who are subject to violence in the school system, and working especially to combat sexual violence, and have established at age 15 the age below which the notion of consent is not even considered a possibility. We also work with the Independent Commission for Sexual Abuse in the Church that was set up in France. And a few months ago, we launched the first national plan to address the issue of child prostitution. But prevention is also very important, and to ensure equal opportunities, we have deployed a policy for the first 1,000 days of life, an innovative approach centered on the needs of children in that crucial period when everything is beginning and when it's possible to address inequality before it grows. And in this new strategy for 2022-2027, we have a chance to go further, and we must, because the challenges are great. We need to promote children's access to mental health care. We already had issues before the COVID pandemic, but of course the COVID crisis has increased the needs in this area in our country, and we're working together with psychologists and making major investments in mental health. The new strategy also calls on states to safeguard the rights of children in the framework of new technologies, a subject that has been mentioned by many speakers so far today, and which we consider to be especially important. Since November 2019, the President of the Republic in UNESCO mentioned this in his speech. We've been working with a number of states to prepare a declaration on the rights of children in the digital environment, which previously did not exist, and focusing on the need to protect children against the risks inherent in the digital environment while allowing them to benefit fully from these extraordinary tools. This text was first put forward in a call for action in Paris. I invite you all to take part in this process. We're also adopting innovative measures, including, for instance, a default setting for parental control on screens on all devices in circulation. And finally, Madam Chair, I'll conclude by saying that we need to strengthen the measures adopted by us all, working in collaboration against child pornography online. And we've seen in the Ukraine crisis how important it is that we make massive investments in this prevention. And this is an action we're working together at a European level with the Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. It is very interesting to see how much of the violence occurs in the household, in the families, when not in emergency crisis situations. So it's very important to reason on that basis.
For International and Carpathian Basin Affairs, Hungary, Mr. Zoltán Lőrinczi. Thank you.
Honored participants, dear young delegates, in a constantly changing world, we can agree that one thing cannot be challenged: the rights of children. We are exposed to the insecurities resulting from health crises, on armed conflicts, and these have direct and fundamental impact on the life of families and children as well. Our governments must put their best efforts towards ensuring the promotion and protections of rights of children, as well as to provide support to families. The government of Hungary strongly believes that children's rights have to be duly taken into consideration when any political decision is formulated. Let me take the opportunity to express our appreciation for the work done by the Council of Europe in terms of protecting and promoting children's rights and elaborating the Council of Europe strategy for the rights of the child, which is a very timely and important document. Hungary highlights that it is not enough to declare the rights, but it is crucial to make them come true in our everyday life. If we come to children, observing rights becomes even more determinative. Any right can be ensured if it is guaranteed by law, and any law can only be effective if it is respected. Any measure can be as effective as the extent to which the fulfillment of its scope is controlled. Regarding violence against children, we must reject and prevent all forms of abuse, including moral, psychological, sexual, economic, and political. Therefore, Hungary stands firm on its commitment to realize children's rights not only on the level of principles, but also by taking real explicit actions. As a neighboring country, we are deeply concerned with the hostilities in the Ukraine. Our task is to express our solidarity to the Ukrainians and provide help in all available ways. In addition to helping fleeing people who arrive to our country, Hungary provides direct help to Ukraine across the borders as well. Since the outbreak of the deep crisis, among 770,000 asylum seekers, many single mothers and grandparents with children have entered Hungary, fleeing either directly from the Ukraine or indirectly through the Romania or Slovakia. The government of Hungary takes care that our country should not turn into a war theater, but staying a safe haven for children and all asylum seekers. In this spirit, Hungary, as initiator, organizer, and active participant of the humanitarian solutions, has launched its largest combined humanitarian aid operation yet. Accordingly, we provide the necessary help, aid, and assistance for people fleeing the Ukraine to our country in cooperation with international organizations such as the WHO or the UNICEF. Unaccompanied minors placed in child protection care are entitled to the same content and quality of care as indigenous children, including aftercare provided at their request after reaching the age of majority. The number of parents applying for asylum and enrolling their children in Hungarian kindergartens and schools is increasing day by day. They also have the right to choose their kindergarten and school freely, but the district institutions must admit these children without discretion. The aim of the schools is to integrate children as soon as possible with the provision of targeted services. To achieve the smooth integration of children, besides compulsory education, the government offers individual afternoon classes for children concerned 5 times a week and provides additional support of them per month to public education and vocational and training institutions hosting refugees from the Ukraine. The government has also decided to open possibility for those concerned to apply for graduation in Hungary and to ensure that it is free of charge. Furthermore, individuals under temporary protection taking care of an infant are entitled to make use of nursery care under the same conditions as Hungarian citizens. In the framework of humanitarian aid, medical equipment, ventilators, respirators, patient monitors, central monitors, infusion pumps, and so many others were donated and transported to the Ukraine. Furthermore, the provision of comprehensive pediatric health care services was also offered and is continuously provided to children refugees from the Ukraine in need of hospital treatment. In order to ensure the enforcement of children's right to health, we reserved dedicated capacities in our national healthcare system to provide care for all those in need. Nobody, no child is left behind. In our conflicts, emphasis has to be placed not only on physical, but also on mental health to avoid harmful and standing effects of war experiences. In addition to mental health services, Hungary provides education and social integration services, contribute to free the damaged soul of children in hard times. Finally, I wish you a constructive and fruitful event for today and tangible success in the future. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Minister. And you, as many others, underline the importance of mental health, which it's a very pivotal issue, not just for the COVID-19 pandemic, but also right now for the war. So I will invite now to the podium Ms. Sona Gaborčíková, which is the State Secretary for Ministry of Labor, Social Affairs and Family for Slovak Republic, and she will speak in her mother tongue, so please use your headphone if you need translation.
Vážená pani generálna.
Dear Madam Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, dear young delegates, the Slovak Republic during the pandemic and even now in the middle of a migration crisis is devoting special attention to children's rights and children protection. Our children, Ukrainian children, all children who are in the Slovak Republic are our priority. That is why I particularly welcome the initiatives of the Council of Europe, which have resulted in the adoption of the strategy, on the drafting of which we have actively participated. We are among those countries that can only confirm the correctness of the intention of the new strategy on the rights of the child to maintain a certain level of flexibility towards any unforeseen events, so that this strategy can also respond to new emerging challenges. If the COVID-19 pandemic took us all by surprise, then an armed conflict in Europe, in a country that is our immediate neighbor, is something that really could never have been unexpected. Slovakia is a small country, ready to help all children from Ukraine who remain in its territory or who are merely passing through Slovakia on the way to their families, acquaintances, or places in Europe where help will be provided to children from Ukrainian facilities. The Slovak Republic has a standard European system of assistance and protection for unaccompanied minors. It turns out, however, that the situation with unaccompanied children from Ukraine is different, at least for now. Although many children come alone, they are mostly in the facilities only temporarily until they can get in contact or cannot contact their families, whether in Slovakia or elsewhere in Europe. Of course, this connection with families always takes into account the possible risks that such situations bring. Support for families with children, in the vast majority of cases women with children, is also a great challenge, and some of these children do not have parents or relatives in Slovakia. The people with whom they stay in Slovakia may be relatives or people close to them. In addition to the initial assistance and welcome immediately following the arrival of families with children to Slovakia, The big challenge in the coming weeks is the systematic support of such families with children. We appreciate and thank other countries for their help they have offered Slovakia, countries that are facing migration challenges themselves, such as Greece, are leading a helping hand without hesitation. We're also aware of the incredible power and scope of UNICEF and UNHCR assistance, with which we are working along with the European Commission. In cooperation with UNICEF and UNHCR, our ministry has set up a special working group to work more intensively together and to help children and families fleeing from Ukraine. In this context, I would also like to thank the Council of Europe Development Bank for providing us with financial assistance in these difficult times. This assistance was provided to the IOM representation in the Slovak Republic twice, to the amount of 150,000 and then 350,000 euros, directly from the Migration and Refugee Fund. And thanks to this support, I believe we will further be able to help and support those fleeing the war. I believe that with our common strength and by working together, we will be able to mitigate to the greatest extent possible the negative effects of the war on the most vulnerable of all, our children. All children. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. A conclusione di questa sessione.
And in concluding this session dedicated to the different points of view of the representatives of governments, I now would like to invite Dr. Francesca Di Giovanni, Undersecretary, Section for Relations with States of the Holy See.
Madam Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, young delegates, the delegation of the Holy See is pleased to intervene at this high-level conference and thanks the authorities of the Council of Europe and the Italian presidency for their leadership. In these troubled months, where millions of children and their families are suffering greatly all over Europe, the purpose of this conference is particularly timely. The 6 thematic priorities contained in the 2022-2027 Council of Europe strategy for the rights of the child reflects this need and are worth reading in light of existing international instruments such as the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and according to concept and categories that are universally agreed. In that regard, the category LGBTI children referred to in the strategy does not share international consensus. It is within this international framework that the LGBTI welcomes the attention given to the right of children to protection in conflict zones, as well as to child migration and forced displacement within priority number 6, children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. In addition, we are confident that the results that will emerge from the analysis and response to the new challenges posed by COVID-19, access to health care, guardianship of migrant and unaccompanied and separated children, detention, increased poverty, and so on, as foreseen in priority area number 2, equal opportunities and social inclusion for all children, will open the way to further concrete actions for those children who, in one way or another, are suffering from the consequences of the pandemic. In all cases, appropriate arrangement and measures are needed to ensure that the principle of the best interest of the child and the role of the family as the fundamental group unit of society concerned with the protection and well-being of children and adolescents are a primary consideration with regard to all decisions that have a fundamental impact on the life of the child. The strategy also hopes to achieve freedom from violence for all children as indicated in priority number 1. In many ways, this affirms that many states have already recognized, namely that the prevention and protection from all forms of violence should already be at the core of our common mission. As we work together to promote and to affirm the rights of the child, as well as respect for the dignity and integrity of every child in all that we do. All those who have spoken before me, I would also like to emphasize that the devastation caused by the war in Ukraine will have a severe physical, psychological, and moral impacts on the lives of millions of Ukrainian children. Additionally, let us not forget that this war will also have consequences for the rest of Europe's children. We hope that it will not increase their fears and uncertainty, but rather provide an opportunity to help them welcome their peers, educating them to the importance of solidarity and the possibility of peace. In this regard, as Pope Francis has insisted, war does not devastate the present only, but the future of a society as well. From the beginning of the aggression in Ukraine, 1 of every 2 children has been displaced from their country. This means destroying the future, causing dramatic trauma in the smallest and most innocent among us. Thank you for your kind attention.
Grazie. Grazie, dottoressa Di Giovanni.
Thank you, Dr. Di Giovanni.
The final part of this session, we heard so far all the input from a minister and a state representative, and now we are going to hear the high-level representative for other international organizations from civil society. So I will invite now to the floor, to the rostrum, Ms. Nayat Mal-Mijdi, who is the UN Secretary General Special Representative on Violence Against Children.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dearest young delegates, the launch of this new strategy on the rights of the child comes at a crossroad and critical moment. The urgency of investing in an effective protection of children's rights is more relevant than ever within this region and worldwide. I would like to highlight 4 key messages today. First, too many children worldwide are still left behind. Across the world, progress in the protection of children's rights has been slowed or even reversed by the pandemic and the ongoing humanitarian crisis. The pandemic has increased violence against children, both online and offline, including domestic violence, sexual exploitation, child labor, child marriage, social inequalities, digital divide, discrimination have been exacerbated, affecting mainly the poor and the most vulnerable children. Armed conflicts, food insecurity, and environmental degradation have reached such levels that we are witnessing an unprecedented level of forced displacement of children. Worldwide, millions of children have been affected by long-term conflicts in various countries, such as Syria, Myanmar, Yemen, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, and the Sahel region, among others. And in Europe, in just a few weeks, 2 million children have been forced to flee from Ukraine, with an additional 2.5 million children displaced within the country. Many of them, especially unaccompanied children, and children in institution are most likely to be victims of child trafficking, sexual exploitation, child labor, enrollment of children in armed, criminal and violent extremist groups, or go missing along these dangerous journeys. Second message, huge toll is paid by children and societies within this region and worldwide. Children are experiencing severe and long-lasting mental health problems, such as anxiety, depression, and suicide. Children denied of their rights may not reach their full education and health potential, which will limit their future income and productivity and impact human capital development. This multi-dimensional crisis have severely tested the capacity of states, communities and families to ensure children's education, protection and well-being. Third message, it is a global scourge that we need to do all in our power to stop before it risks evolving in a global child rights crisis. We must learn the lessons of the pandemic as well as past and ongoing humanitarian crisis. We must shift the paradigm and look beyond the horizon. We must move away from siloed and unsustainable action to a child gender-sensitive and integrated approach and invest in cross-sectoral systems and services that are accessible to all children without discrimination. This integrated approach echoes the interdependence of children's rights and of the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring complementarity between humanitarian, security, peace, and people-centered development. We must see spending on this integrated cross-sectoral system as a key investment with a high return for children, families, and societies. The strategy launched today provides a useful roadmap and clear guidance what to do and how to do for building a new era for the rights of the child. Its effective implementation cannot wait and calls for a wide mobilization and strong multi-stakeholder partnership to build just, inclusive, peaceful, safe, and empowering environments for all children, leaving no one behind, as we promised many years ago. Fourth and last message, children are key partners and must be seen as part of the solution. Children are already worldwide, including the most vulnerable, are taking action, defending their rights, bringing positive change in their communities despite various challenges they face. Children were involved in the design of this strategy and must be involved in the monitoring of the implementation. We need to involve and empower them more and more. This means providing the child-friendly ways for children to receive information, to express themselves freely, to participate in decision-making process. This means also protecting children who are actively involved in civic engagement and in defending human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young delegates, protecting all children and their rights cannot wait. We must act better and faster to translate this wonderful and well-designed document in concrete action that will reach all children without discrimination, leaving no one behind. So let's do it for and with children today and not tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Special Representative. And, you were right. We need to involve also children in this process, and we can say that the Council of Europe is exactly doing that, also in the conference today and tomorrow. But now the rostrum goes to Ms. Ashfan Khan. She's the Director for Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, Special Coordinator, Refugee and Migrants Response in Europe for the UNICEF.
Excellencies, young delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting and the adoption of your strategy on the rights of the child for 2022 to 2027 could not be more timely. With more than 7.5 million children affected by the war in Ukraine, the critical importance of a collective, strategic approach to protect and advance children's rights in Europe has seldom been more evident. I want to congratulate you for the adoption of the strategy. I also want to thank you for inviting UNICEF to participate in its launch. Our participation is a clear indication of the strength of the partnership between UNICEF and the European institutions, including on issues like the Child Guarantee and child protection. This partnership, our partnership, is helping children who are suffering right now in real time, children who need our help and who have the right to expect our help, no matter what their country of origin. In this regard, I want to highlight the inclusion in the Rome strategy of a sixth priority area on children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. This covers, as many of you have heard, the protection of children affected by armed conflict, migration, forced displacement. Prioritizing this area, unfortunately, has proven to be prescient. The war in Ukraine has led to a child protection crisis in both neighboring countries, across Europe, and within Ukraine. All of us have had to re-examine provisions to protect children fleeing the conflict. UNICEF continues to work alongside many governments in surrounding countries on key issues such as child protection, education, health, and social protection. As needs increase, UNICEF will continue to support the valuable work carried out by the Council of Europe and the governments present here today. I want to also highlight in particular our collaboration around an integrated approach for child rights through key committees such as the Lazzarotti Committee and the Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child. I'm particularly pleased to see that encouraging children's right to engage and express their views is an objective of this strategy. With its adoption, child participation should become a natural part of all policy-making processes at all levels. This is in line with Article 12 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It's also important to see the standard setting that young people played an important role in the formulation of the strategy and, as Najat said, should be part of the implementation and monitoring. UNICEF is the custodian of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which underpins this strategy. And as an organization, we're mandated to protect the rights of every child. Therefore, we look forward to working with the Secretariat of the Council of Europe to further strengthen the monitoring and implementation of child rights, along with FRA and the Committee on the Rights of the Child. Please look to UNICEF as a ready and willing partner as you roll out this important strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. You know, putting together from the different interventions the numbers of the crisis and the impact on children in Ukraine, I think it's very impressive. You know, Ms. Kanshi was speaking about 7.5 children affected by the war, and then before we heard about 4.2 million displaced, 2 million outside Ukraine, 2.2 inside Ukraine. This is a major crisis that, you know, is gonna somehow involve all of the member states, also of the Council of Europe, that are welcoming, as we heard from the Minister, refugees, mainly children and women. So now I give the rostrum to Mr. Benoit Van Clearbish, which is the member of the United Nations Committee for the Rights of the Child. Merci.
Many thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Young delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the strategy for the rights of the child of the Council of Europe is anchored in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which it refers to explicitly. And the Committee for the Rights of the Child recognizes itself fully in the objectives, priority, and means of action. The committee is also explicitly identified as one of the strategic partners of the Council of Europe for the implementation and follow-up of the strategy. Our two bodies have also in common the fact that we consider children, first and foremost as children, holders of rights. Far too often children instead are reduced to the status of migrants, delinquents, disabled, or different. But some children are qualified as vulnerable, but we know that they're not vulnerable in themselves. It is the situation in which they live and the inability of society and the adults around them that place them in such a situation. It's not a matter, therefore, of adapting the child to find a place in society, but adapting society, the way it works, its perception to the special rights and needs of children. The committee has recently reminded us that a child held in a camp in Syria subjected to inhuman and degrading treatment is a child in need of protection and under the responsibility of our countries, which must do everything to repatriate that child. An undocumented child is a child with the right to go to an education. An unaccompanied migrant child in Europe is a child who should benefit from special protection, including a guardian. A child who has committed a crime is a child who should benefit from a system, a specialized system of justice, which will enable that child's reintegration in society. A child who has a sexual orientation or a gender identity that is different is a child that has the right to live without being discriminated, bullied, or stigmatized. A Roma child begging in the streets of our capitals is a child who needs to be helped and protected, not chased away as a nuisance. The young Afghan girl is a child who has the right to go to school and to live her life as a child without being forced into marriage at age 13. A child living under the bombs for 8 years is a child who has the right to live in an environment of peace where the child's development and survival is guaranteed. And this applies to children in Ukraine and to all of the other children in conflicts that are invisible or forgotten. While change has been happening over the last few years, we have to note that society is still thought of for adults and not for children. The work of the Council of Europe is participating in this change, supporting states in undertaking their responsibility, and also guaranteeing systems for the follow-up, control, monitoring, along with instruments such as the European Court of Human Rights, European Committee for Social Rights, or for the prevention of torture. But the current situation is very far from being reassuring. The pandemic has had long-term impacts. Climate change is a sword of Damocles on the heads of our children and future generations. We are working now on a general observation on the rights of children and the environment with a special focus on climate change. It is being drafted involving children. Another important subject today cannot be ignored, obviously, the Russian attack against Ukraine, an armed conflict of an unprecedented scope in Europe happening before our eyes with its procession of horrors, violation of basic rights, famine. The war against Ukraine is a severe attack against the rights of children of the gravest order. This country has many children in institutions, orphans, but not only, disabled, excluded from society. There are many also who are trying to reach their families. We have no news on the situation of many who have been deprived of their freedom. Fighting to respect the rights of children and their rights is a long and complex process. Many people, including directors, managers, are openly calling into question the progress achieved in the last 30 years, including the rule of law, the rejection of the Convention of Istanbul is happening in some cases. It is important to continue to assure the primacy of basic rights and all of the human principles that are the basis of our society and the rule of law. This means involving children as well, the right to expression and participation. At times are scary for adults because a child who is informed, capable of expressing himself or herself, of having an opinion, is perceived as a threat because that child can no longer be manipulated by children, and authoritarian regimes have understood that far too well because the rights to participation are the first to be withdrawn. Activist children who demand, even before the Tribune of the United Nations, greater awareness of the consequences of climate change, are pushing things forward more rapidly than the IPCC reports. Children defending basic rights have shown that we must count on this generation to guarantee a future to our humanity and that there's no age barrier to engagement. The Convention of the United Nations is the bedrock on the basis of which all conventions and regional standards can be based, and I would like to thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. And now I invite to the rostrum Mr. Michael O'Flaherty, which is the Director of the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency.
Excellencies, dear friends, I very much remember 1989 and the adoption, the coming into force of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. There was a very legitimate sense of celebration that something astonishing had been achieved. But I also remember 10 years later the deep disappointment, the sense that so little had actually changed for children out there on the streets. It became clear a decade after the convention that we needed smart planning to turn the fine principles and the noble law into a lived, improved experience for children. We saw the birth of child rights strategies. UNICEF began that work, but the Council of Europe was not far behind, and already in 2006, this organization adopted its first child rights strategy, and it has been in the lead on this essential work ever since. And I applaud the Council of Europe for the sustained attention to the topic. But as we seek to deliver on this strategy, or on the EU strategy that you heard of this morning and all of the others, we need to put a face on the strategy. We need to see who it's for. We need to see among all those children who are the primary customers, the primary beneficiaries of the strategy. We need to put a face, as I said. And who is that face for me? Well, the face of that strategy for me is the Roma child who 2 years ago was told to go home and distance learn because of COVID. Told to go home without a computer, without internet, without any of the services that would allow him or her to distance learn. The face of the strategy for me is another Roma child who told a colleague of mine last year that what she missed most about not going to school was that she had nowhere left where she could dream. It's for me the face of still another Roma child, this time a Ukrainian Roma child, last month, who on arrival into the EU was refused access to a bus because the people on the bus didn't want Roma in the bus. Had difficulty finding somewhere to sleep that night because the people in the shelter didn't want Roma to share the shelter. Now, I used the Roma example deliberately this morning because it seems to me that they are if not the primary customers and beneficiaries of this important strategy. They are the most marginalized group on our continent. There are some 11 million Roma in the territory of the EU, of the Council of Europe member states, of whom 3 million are children. Some general figures about Roma. Their poverty levels 6 times those of the general population. 2/3 of Roma children never go beyond the lower secondary level of education. 30% of Roma children are harassed at school. And so I suggest then today that when we gather again to see how this strategy was delivered, what it achieved, we must ask, what did it do for Roma children? Now, as the Council of Europe seeks to engage and the Member States seek to engage on this high challenge, you can count on the Fundamental Rights Agency. We will accompany you all the way with our data, with our analysis, with our research and with our technical tools. We will continue to roll out these supports in close cooperation with the Council of Europe. And let me conclude indeed as an example of that cooperation by inviting you to come at 4 o'clock this afternoon to the launch of the joint FRA Council of Europe Handbook on Child Rights Law, a concrete demonstration of how we work together to achieve the goals of this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director, also for reminding us, that there are situations sometimes we don't talk about too much, but they are tragic in their own way, such as the Roma children that you were mentioning. Now, I give the restroom to the chairperson of the European Network of Ombudsperson, Ms. Theoni Kofunikolakou. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
It was correct, and it's a long name. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, young delegates, the European Network of Ombudspersons for Children brings together 43 ombudspersons and commissioners for children's rights within the Council of Europe member states. Over the years, we have come across and intervened collectively at European level, but also separately as national human rights and children's rights institutions on significant child rights violations in all areas identified by the strategy. But we have also highlighted repeatedly the ongoing challenge and the absolute need to learn how to prioritize children's rights and their views in decision-making. I'm not sure we know how to do that yet. It seems that love for children is common, something we all share and express effortlessly, but in policymaking, commitment to children's rights, strategic planning, the introduction of indicators, implementation, and the involvement of children in the public dialogue are to date rare. On top of the persistent weaknesses in legislation, as well as social and family protection systems, we are now faced with the impact of the pandemic crisis, the impact of a devastating war, as well as what seems to be an energy crisis affecting inflation rates, affecting prices, and therefore impacting the most vulnerable households and children that will not recover easily and escape poverty and social exclusion in the existing socio-economic conditions. Our synergies, common understanding, and good coordination are needed now more than ever. And this is one of the many positive aspects and effects of the new strategy. Overall, the strategy itself is seen by ENOC in a manifold way. First of all, it is a proof of the Council of Europe's consistency and its commitment to uphold children's rights, to use effective and child-friendly methodologies, and to boldly identify areas of intervention and involve children in decision-making. This is also what ENOC has been doing since 2009. We have invested in the European Network of Young Advisors project, in the safe space put into place, monitored and protected by our members. A circle of trust is created each year where children are provided the opportunity to fully explore the meaning of rights, exchange ideas and address recommendations on ENOC's priority topics. ENOC has undertaken a number of significant measures that fall into the scope of both the outgoing and the new strategy. Particularly relevant to these are the analysis of the impact of austerity and budget cuts on children's access to education, the increased focus in the last few years on children on the move by addressing pushbacks. We have to be able to discuss pushbacks. Calling for the inclusion of children on the move in our educational system, addressing detention, etc. Our recommendations calling for the introduction of compulsory and comprehensive relationship and sexuality educations in our schools, our statement regarding children's rights in the digital environment, and many, many more. Furthermore, in these times of crisis, ENOC has sharpened its coordination and response capacity. In 2021, we conducted a research with the support of our members, as well as a child rights impact evaluation alongside UNICEF to map what has proven to be the catastrophic impact of COVID measures on children's rights, especially regarding domestic violence, mental health, impact on poverty, and education. After the Russian invasion, we issued a statement on the war calling for immediate action. We publicly addressed the need for a compulsory registration mechanism for children fleeing Ukraine. We introduced a common shared database to ensure coordination between NCRIs and timely interventions, and we set up working groups to identify additional measures required for children in these desperate times. In the upcoming years, our objective is to invest even more in child rights mainstreaming and in raising awareness of child participation, as well as to focus on other important and urgent thematic areas like we do with climate justice this year. ENOC is committed all the way, as already mentioned, to promoting the content of the strategy and to contributing to its implementation. Alongside UNCRC, the European Convention on Human Rights, and the European Social Charter, we believe that the new strategy is a strong tool, an important ally that can be used by all of us for our advocacy intervention, strategic litigation, and our coordination in pushing for the long-pending reforms that are required now, probably more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your inspiring words. Now, I call to the rostrum the president of Eurochild, but former president of Malta, Ms. Marie-Louise Colero-Preca.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, young delegates, dear friends. Meeting at a time when children's rights are being further threatened and violated, with thousands of Ukrainian refugee children fleeing the war and thousands of others captured in conflict zones, the Council of Europe's new children's rights strategy is even the more important. Eurochild acknowledges the long-standing commitment of the Council of Europe to children's rights. Eurochild's member organizations across 35 countries in Europe are enthusiastic to partner in delivering this new strategy at a national level. Eurochild, being an umbrella organization for children's civil society organizations, believe that at this time of crisis, an even stronger civil society voice is imperative, and their involvement at different levels of policy is essential. On the other hand, we believe that child participation should be central to development of our policies. Eurochild is experienced in this role through our work at EU level. We believe that as civil society organizations, we need to unite and coordinate our forces to influence policies for all children without prejudice. Within Eurochild's network, there are hundreds of civil society organizations that work with and for children, together with many national child rights networks. I am pleased to see that several of our member organizations are represented here today, such as the Spanish Plataforma de Infancia, which is an excellent model of strong coordinated advocacy that plays a vital role in progressing children's rights in Spanish legislation and policy. The importance and the effectiveness of civil society organizations is clearly evidenced during the prevailing Ukrainian refugee crisis. I would like to take the opportunity to salute and commend the many members of civil society organizations that are at the front line of the Ukrainian war to support children and families during this time of another huge, historic human suffering and displacement. Eurochild is well informed about this invaluable contribution by civil society organizations, as we have created a support network for information sharing among our members on the ground. The role of civil society is also vital in holding governments to account. As a pan-European network, Eurochild looks forward to monitoring the effective implementation of the Council of Europe strategy on the rights of the child. Children need a strong and united voice to promote and protect their best interests. We firmly believe that defending children's rights provides the foundation for inclusive societies, resilient communities, peace building, and holistic well-being. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Council of Europe for also integrating the voices of children in this new strategy. I'm pleased to know that the Council of Europe has involved children meaningfully in many different areas of its work, such as the Child Participation for Europe project. Eurochild observes that there are many synergies between the Council of Europe strategy and the EU strategy on the rights of the child, which was launched last year. We therefore believe that it is important that these strategies should reinforce one another rather than implementing them in silos. Another opportunity for children to effectively participate in the EU decision-making process is the EU Child Participation Platform. This is an important opportunity for the necessary change to take place for all children living in Europe. Eurochild is continuously advocating to national governments to foster a strong political will to ensure that all policies affecting children are developed through meaningful and inclusive child participation. I reiterate our appeal to all governments across Europe to uphold child participation as the equitable and legitimate methodology and practice. From our experience, we are continuously amazed at children's creativity and innovative ideas and aspirations. When listening to the members of the Eurochild Children's Council and the members of the Children's Council of the Malta Foundation for the Wellbeing of Society, a foundation which I lead, I'm overwhelmed and astounded with their passion and knowledge. Child human rights defenders need to be protected and listened to. It is, after all, our responsibility and duty to do so. A matter that surely concerns us all is also the emergence of an anti-children's rights movement, which is threatening the advancement of our objectives. Finally, I would like to end my contribution by quoting Jess Lair, an academic and author, who inspiringly said, and I quote, "Children are not things to be molded, but are people to be unfolded." When we instill a growth mindset in our children, we equip them with the confidence to become whoever they want to be and the perspective they need to unfold their incredible potential. The time is now for children to be listened to be involved, and to be encouraged to participate, for them to unfold their incredible potential in their best interests, but also in the best interest of all of our societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for the inspiring quote. And now, last but not least, the former UN Special Rapporteur on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, President of FCPAT International, and the former Council of Europe Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Ms. Maud de Boer-Bukikyo.
Excellencies, dear young people, dear friends of the Council of Europe. Since the last time we met to discuss the Council of Europe strategy in 2019, there is a sentence that I've often heard: even in Europe, we cannot take anything for granted. Well, I believe that there are a few things that we can now take for granted. We keep running towards an environmental disaster. 2, a tiny life form, a virus, can put our world upside down. 3, a single man, a man who had allegedly embraced our values, can decide to invade a neighboring country, to destroy its population, including its children, and have the entire world order hanging by a thread. 3 crises threatening Europe in the 21st century. And as we know, in a world where safety, security, and health cannot be granted, children remain the most vulnerable. Brilliant minds, money, and time have been put to work and engineered things that are transforming beyond imagination the way in which we live, we work, and relate to each other. Not always for the best, if you want my opinion, and sometimes for the worst. Let's just take Russian hypersonic missiles or the live streaming of a child's sexual abuse. Others before me have referred to the plight of children affected by the war. I'm mourning with those children, with their families, with Ukraine and the rest of the Council of Europe's family. Governments, local authorities, international organizations, civil society and volunteers are stepping up efforts to face this humanitarian crisis of extraordinary dimension. That we can always take for granted. The best of humanity shows when the worst hit. I witnessed that at the railway station in Warsaw and in reception centers near the Ukrainian border. And I see it in Strasbourg. Amid this chaos, many children cross the border with friends or neighbors instead of their parents. Registration of these children should include information about with whom they are traveling with and where they go. For all children, including the numerous unaccompanied children entering biometric data, is crucial if we want to reduce the risk of them going missing and being trafficked, sold, including for adoption, and if we want to offer them what every child is entitled to, a life free of violence. An integrated system of child protection connected across borders is called for, with officers at the border who can detect children's vulnerabilities and refer children to child protection systems. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of registration. It may mark the difference between life and death, between protection and exploitation, between lost and found. Sadly, in our overconnected, technology-driven world, right now, we have not yet managed to set up an integrated registration system to protect the children crossing the border. Discussion with police, tech companies, and other experience reporting mechanisms will help us to get a better insight into how to improve accessibility to and interconnection between different databases. By facilitating information sharing and using personal data in a responsible manner, technology can help to save children. In its new strategy, the Council of Europe rightly continues to be concerned with the protection of children's rights in the online environment. It is clear that data protection requirements should not be in the way of legitimate efforts to rescue children from harm. Both can be reconciled. There is no shortage of knowledge about what governments need to do, ought to do, and can do. The Council of Europe has published a handbook, which in my view is the most comprehensive blueprint for online child protection ever to have been produced by any intergovernmental or national government body. To protect children, we must find a way to ensure the integrity of the systems that companies use. Focusing on transparency, governance, and supervision is the way forward. Better resources and coordination between the various organizations, administrations, and volunteers is indispensable to build a proper safety net around children. Let me call on all of us to enhance existing tools for coordination and cooperation and to use technology for good by connecting the dots between border control, law enforcement, and child protection across borders. The war in Ukraine has painfully demonstrated, once again, how important this is. And there is something at the end that I really hope that we can soon say, that we can soon be taking say that we are taking this for granted, that children's rights and well-being always come first in Europe and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. So now you should see on the screen the new schedule for today. First of all, I invite all the ministers, just the minister, to the hotel lobby because you are going to do at 1:50 the photo opportunity for the conference. And the lunch break, as you can see, it's from 1:50 to 3:30 p.m. It's going to be at the restaurant Le Quattro Stagioni, here inside at the hotel, of course. And then the session will start again at 3:30 p.m. in this room. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, dear participants. May I invite all of you to take your seats so that we can begin with the next session. Thank you. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this first session of this afternoon, which is entitled A Strategy Adapted to a New Reality, Children in Crisis and Emergency Situations. My name is Jeroen Schokkenbroek. I am Director of Anti-Discrimination of the Council of Europe, in which the Children's Division is an important part. I am delighted to be here with you. I welcome you all, excellencies, participants, young delegates, not so young delegates. Can I ask for some silence, please? There's a bit too much noise. Shh. Thank you. I would like to welcome you to this panel. Of course, as you can imagine, although the strategy does include a priority when it comes to emergency situations and children in crisis situations, we of course had never anticipated that this conference, this presentation, this launch of the strategy would take place at a moment where there is a war, all-out war going on in Europe. The session, therefore, will have a special focus on the war in Ukraine, its impact, its consequences for children, for the exercise and access to rights of children. But it will be, in a way, an improvised session because we were not prepared for this. And I think nobody in Europe was prepared for what we are living today. The purpose of this session, therefore, is not to come up with clear, definitive solutions or conclusions, but rather to collect perspectives on what priorities are, what the main challenges are that children face, not only in Ukraine, but also children on the move, possibly children returnees, which is also a prospect that will be hopefully developing, but also children that are transiting or in neighboring countries or in other European countries. I'm delighted that we have found 4 excellent experts available to discuss their own perspectives. I will introduce them not first all 4 together, but as I give them the floor. And it is my honor first to welcome to this panel discussion Mr. Barbara Socha, Under-Secretary of State and Government Plenipotentiary for Demographic Policy in Poland in the Ministry of Family and Social Policy. Thank you very much for being with us. May I ask you first for a general indication, a statement on your perspective on the armed conflict and the war in Ukraine and the impact it has, the huge impact on your own country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the Italian presidency of Council of Europe for organizing this conference. As you have said, we didn't expect that we will discuss these issues in this particular moment of the history of Europe, I think I may say so. The Russian invasion on Ukraine, which started almost 6 weeks ago, is something that I can say it on behalf of the many countries in Europe, that it's something that we are horrified with, but we are not surprised. And for this reason, we were preparing in Poland also at least a few weeks before the invasion. Although personally I didn't believe that it will happen on a full scale, but weeks before we were already prepared to open some reception points in case, just in case. We never expected that this case will happen and will be so huge in terms of the number of refugees coming to Poland, but based or as a consequence of the full-scale invasion, Russian invasion on Ukraine, in the first 2 weeks we had almost 2 million refugees coming directly to Poland through all the border crossings opened in and on our border, Ukrainian-Polish border. For the moment, today we have reports that over 2.5 million women and children came to Poland since the beginning of the invasion. More than 90% of the people coming are women and children, 3% of them are elderly people, and 3% are men. We as a country, I think, answered in the best way we could, and we still are able to help our neighbors in this very dramatic situation. And let me just use this opportunity to thank all the Polish people, all the Polish families who have opened their homes for the refugees. I know through some data that appeared yesterday that 90% of Polish citizens in different forms engaged in helping Ukrainian refugees. This is truly amazing, and it's for me an honor to be also the part of the Polish government who took the responsibility for coordination and for financing the help we give to the Ukrainian refugees, also together with many Polish non-government organizations and international well-known and recognized NGOs. And all together, all of us and our municipalities worked together to do the best we can to receive, to take care of, to protect, and to give the very basic services and to the Ukrainian refugees in terms of food, accommodation, psychological help, and many other forms, also opening our labor market to them. I think that's for the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would then like to move to one of our two online panelists. First, Mr. Aaron Greenberg, who is Regional Child Protection Advisor in UNICEF Europe and Central Asia. Mr. Greenberg, welcome to this session. And I know that you, among your many areas of work, you are also working with the Regional Director in the area of migration in Europe, and particularly UNICEF's response to separated and unaccompanied minors and children facing detention during the migration and asylum process. So welcome to this session. I would like also to ask you the more general opening question. From your perspective, how do you see, what do you see as being the main challenges and also long-term threats, in particular for children's rights in the armed conflict situation? Please.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. In the Ukraine, the immediate threat to children's rights is unfortunately self-evident. Children and families in the Ukraine continue to bear the brunt of war. As of 4th April, at least 123 children have been killed and 183 have been injured. Civilian infrastructure and basic services continue to be under attack, including 91 confirmed attacks on healthcare facilities since February 24th. Events of extreme violence against civilians, including women and children, have been recently reported in Bucha, Irpin, and Hostomel in Kiev Oblast, while cities like Mariupol, Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv remain under continuous fighting, facing devastating disruption of essential services, including access to food, water, medicines, and social work and social services. Simply reaching children in these active war zones has been and continues to be a real challenge. but it is a challenge that the Ukrainian government and partners are rising up to address. UNICEF is supporting the government to reach 50,000 households with emergency cash transfers working through the government systems that continue to operate. UNICEF has delivered life-saving medical supplies that have reached over 650,000 people since the start of the war. In education, water and sanitation, and other critical areas, UNICEF is delivering high volumes of supplies and support throughout the Ukraine, and will continue to do so, all in close coordination with the government of the Ukraine. I will focus a bit more, if you'll allow me now, on the protection elements. Since February 24th, over 4,000 people in the east, specifically in Luhansk and Donetsk regions, have been receiving psychosocial support through online and phone counseling, as well as outreach activities through 12 UNICEF-supported mobile child protection teams. While services have been affected by lack of electricity and internet connectivity, the teams have physically reached over 600 people and children. The UNICEF-supported national toll-free child helpline in the Ukraine continues providing 24-hour online consultations to children, caregivers, and youth. More than 4,000 calls have been received since the war started. The helpline has remained operational, sometimes with limited working hours, providing online consultations, referrals to other social service providers, including the police, and/or free legal aid, mental health service providers, and NGOs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn my attention to the neighboring countries briefly, where over 2 million children have fled. There are many protection and child rights concerns, but the principal concern is the number of children who are unaccompanied or separated, or who have evacuated from the many institutions and boarding schools and other alternative care facilities in the Ukraine. At the height of refugee movements across borders, screening for vulnerabilities, that is unaccompanied and separated children, and those children evacuating from boarding schools and institutions, was simply not possible in the way we would normally expect. The open arms of Europe, the open borders, facilitated quick movement of 4 million people. But within that stream are high numbers of children at risk, children who may be in the care of people who are not their parents, children who are unaccompanied, and children moving from institutions and boarding schools. I don't have the time in my intervention today to go through all of the complexities in detail, but I will say is that this effort now underway to identify these children and place them as necessary into the national child protection systems in whatever country they are in is critical. Right now, as we speak, there are children who have been evacuated from institutions and other alternative care arrangements in the Ukraine who are at risk. Some are living temporarily in hotels, being put up by what we hope are well-meaning NGOs and philanthropists. But make no mistake, these children are at risk, and they need to be registered in national child protection systems, both for their protection as well as to facilitate the important cross-border child protection case management work that will need to take place over the coming months and even years in front of us. This work is being supported by UNICEF as we continue to support the important work of the government of Ukraine and other governments to monitor the situation of children in need of care and protection, and to develop and implement effective plans to ensure their best interests in the short, medium, and long term are adhered to in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. May I finally end my intervention by saying cooperation with the Council of Europe is critical in this regard. UNICEF and the Council of Europe are already exploring collaboration around a legal review of member states' guardianship and alternative care systems. Across Europe, child protection systems, unfortunately, are not coherent. They are fragmented. Cross-border work on child protection in Europe and across Europe is made incredibly complex because of perhaps an underinvestment to this area in terms of a prioritization. Long-term investments in child protection systems towards greater harmonization of these systems to ensure greater ability of governments to communicate across borders around the greater movements of children and their best interests is long overdue. And I believe the Council of Europe and UNICEF together can work in the short, medium, long term on this important area of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greenberg, for a very dense statement and very many important points that you made therein. I think we'll have an opportunity to come back to them briefly a bit later in this discussion. But first, I would like to turn now to Mr. Dektiariov,
from Moldova. Mr. Dektiarov is head of section in the police of the Republic of Moldova, responsible for the investigation of cybercrime, in particular online child sexual abuse and exploitation. I welcome Mr. Dektiarov also as member of the Lanzarote Committee of the Council of Europe. I would like to ask you also at the beginning to share your perspectives on the main risks that you see in the current situation. Please, can you put on your microphone? We can't hear you. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, now we have sound, please.
Great, great. Good afternoon, dear participants, dear excellencies, dear young people. Well, as for Moldova, according to UNHCR, as of April the 1st, a total number of more than 390,000 of refugees have arrived in the Republic of Moldova from Ukraine, our neighbor country and our friends, of which more than 95,000 prefer to stay in the Republic of Moldova. About 35% of these people are children. Children are extremely vulnerable against the risk of victimization from sexual abuse and sexual exploitation. Online environment has no borders, and refugees' children are also potential victims of such kind of abuse while being on the territory of Republic of Moldova or on move. Cybercrime in general remains a stable threat in this period. The adults who accompany the children can also become victims of online frauds, such as payment frauds, that also affect the capacity for financial costs of caregiving to children. In this period, awareness raising as well as training assistance for those who assist refugees, particularly in the refugee centers, has become a big need. Online child abuse case reported in this period to law enforcement by one of the NGOs helping the refugees is one of the proof of the importance of interaction between the entities which provide assistance for refugees' children and persons who accompany them. In such case, access to law enforcement to file a complaint is open, regardless if refugees aim to stay in the country for a longer period or to return back home, or in other case to move to other destination. Prevention activities were conducted by the police in this period in refugee centers in order to prevent victimization from different kinds of crimes and other types of offenses. Current Council of Europe project on preventing and protecting children from violence, including in the digital environment in the Republic of Moldova, was recently launched and has a very big role in building the national capacities in protecting children from the most severe forms of abuse, both offline and online. Current situation in the region have risen even more the need for providing child safety in the country. And now it refers not only to the children who live permanently in the Republic of Moldova or any other country, but also for those children who had to leave their homes in Ukraine in this difficult period. Many children cross the border, in some cases alone or accompanied, but without any documents. The entrance to Republic of Moldova, of course, is without any obstacles, but the challenge comes for the authority in the moment of the exit to other country. If the child is accompanied not by the parents, for instance, by a third party, like a friend of the family or a neighbor, or by a person without documents who presents himself or herself as the parent, grandparent, brother, or sister, or other third party. Checks by communication with the child and the persons are conducted at exiting the country. There are cases when the authorities are explained that a parent works abroad and is waiting for the child. In these cases, online communication is one of the ways to check who really is waiting for the child to arrive in another country. Continuous education for children is also very important. By the end of March, more than 1,600 children, refugees from the Ukraine, were integrated in the educational system in Moldova, including with providing education in their native Ukrainian language. Online education is one of the options as well, which brings again the need for providing online child safety for children. Previously, some distant child education safety rules were adopted in the context of pandemic, and now they remain to be valid further for online education in this difficult period. Finally, I would like to summarize that protecting children from sexual abuse and other forms of violence in offline and online space has risen many challenges in this complicated period. And we need much joint effort in order to face it and to provide safe environment for child development. I thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Degtyaryov, for the perspective, your perspective as a police officer. I would, for the sake of time, immediately move to our fourth panelist, here present in the room, Mrs. Elena Botezatu. Welcome to this panel. Mrs. Botezatu is a lawyer currently leading a Moldovan international organization, NGO, the International Center La Strada Moldova. She is responsible for monitoring of activities related to prevention and early intervention towards online sexual child exploitation, but also protection and justice of children and a range of other child rights issues. I would like to give you the floor to give also a perspective, an NGO perspective, on what you see as the main critical priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Dear young delegates, I'm honored to take part in this discussion at this particular session focused on children in crisis and emergencies. It is timely, extremely timely for our community as we are facing events of historical proportions that are affecting the well-being of children, their safety and their futures. The Council of Europe has been instrumental in this area as it is identified the protection of children in crisis and emergencies as a key priority for the next strategy, and I'm very glad that we have this opportunity to discuss about the further implications in this area for the next years. I'm representing an NGO that for the last 2 decades is providing protection and assistance to hundreds of women and children who experienced abuse and exploitation. We are in the forefront of anti-trafficking work in Moldova. And since the beginning of the war, we have been providing counseling and assistance to refugees. So I'd like to share with you some of their fears and some of their thoughts that could help us plan our next actions and response. I will read some of the thoughts shared by the children that we have assisted in the last weeks. The most awful thing is when I'm calling my friends who stayed in Ukraine and they do not answer immediately. Every day may be their last day. I still remember the sound of shelling and the lights. I was staying under the bed, but I was not feeling safe. Even now, I have nights when I wake up and I feel like I'm hearing that sound. I was the most afraid at night when, due to the bombing, the windows in our house got smashed. At that moment, we had nowhere to run. So these are the most intimate feelings and fears of children from Ukraine in the last weeks. The right to life, the right to security has been grossly violated. And some of the biggest challenges that we see and that were shared also by La Strada Ukraine, with whom we are collaborating closely, are related to the increased level of distress. So in the first 2 weeks of the war, half of the counseling requests from children to the Ukrainian Child Helpline were about psychological health, were about fears, loneliness, about thoughts of suicide. Missing children and kidnappings are also reported as one of the key issues families are facing in Ukraine. So based on the reported cases, Ukrainian children are kidnapped and moved to Russia. And based on the information that we have from La Strada Ukraine, it's impossible to monitor or to address these illegalities. There is an increased risk of sexual violence towards children. Children and women reported to specialized hotlines about cases of sexual violence committed by Russian army officers in the last few weeks. And there is also a lack of access to specialized medical services. Children with cancer, children who are critically ill, those who require specialized medical care are extremely vulnerable because their lives are at danger if they interrupt the treatment. In the last weeks, Moldova received thousands of refugees, representing one of the highest influx of refugees per capita compared to our neighboring countries. That translates into a very high pressure especially on the social system, which certainly was not adapted to this crisis, to this emergency of this magnitude. In the last weeks, we had cases of undocumented children and groups of children coming to Moldova, certain particular cases of unaccompanied and separated children, children that are lacking access to basic needs, such as food, accommodation, hygienic products. And all of these are increasing the vulnerability of children to abuse and exploitation. Everyone knows that it is estimated that 1 in 5 children in Europe is a victim of some form of sexual violence. I think now more than ever, the recommendations of the Lanzarote Committee are relevant. It is needed to have a consolidated response to ensure the protection of children refugees from any form of sexual violence and sexual exploitation. And it is required to advocate for a systemic response in the countries which have a higher number of children refugees. Everyone is aware that children affected by forced displacement should be protected from any form of violence, should have access to humanitarian assistance, to basic needs, should benefit of health, education, and assistance. But the question is how to do this, how to implement all of these measures and how to adjust our response in a very short time. The biggest challenge is to tailor the social system, to integrate the response, the refugee response in the child protection system and to ensure that all of these rights are fully implemented. Another challenge is, of course, the lack of capacity of appropriate identification of these risks, the lack of referral mechanisms in place with regard to children affected by forced displacement, as well as the lack of systemic and dedicated data collection reflecting the situation of these particular groups of children. We as civil society, and I think that national authorities as well, need guidance and data to effectively respond to these challenges. And I'm sure that the Council of Europe can come with guidance to set new standards, a framework of response, to make sure that children are more protected from any forms of abuse and exploitation in the countries that receive them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the four panelists. We have 10 minutes left for a quick round of supplementary comments. It's difficult because there is such an immense scale of issues in front of us. There are clearly children's rights issues that are what one could call children on the move, linked to displacement, internally, refugee movement. But there is also a whole range of human rights issues linked to children that are not on the move, but children that are stuck in the conflict, that are stuck in the situation, even literally stuck in a shelter, in the basement of a building. Those are very different, but they're also very similar issues there. From that multitude of issues, and we've heard already a range of examples of human rights risks this morning from Mrs. Zelinsky, but also from the Ukrainian minister and from other participants, education, right to health, risk of sexual abuse and exploitation, protection from other forms of violence, the whole issue of access to psychosocial care. And I'm grateful to Mr. Greenberg for explaining to us that actually already in the last few weeks there have been immediate actions that have been conducted by UNICEF. But there is obviously a range of issues that concern children that are not in Ukraine anymore, that have left or are elsewhere in Ukraine than in their home village or town. There is a massive need there. There is also the whole area of, and that was also touched upon by several speakers, the issue of registration, of documenting, of preventing immediate and medium and longer term risks. Now, clearly, again, I think Europe has been singularly unprepared for this. I think there are certainly long-term lessons to be learned. But let me ask first, maybe in the short term, what can be done in an immediate setting, looking, for example, at unaccompanied or separated children? What can be done to prevent short-term risks to their safety and to their well-being? Maybe can I ask for a comment from on that point from the four panelists? Mrs. Socher, you first, please.
Yes, so let me very briefly explain how we are dealing with those risks that you have all mentioned. I will not repeat them because they all happen in Poland also, we face them. So first of all, when talking about the most vulnerable children, and I will talk only about the kids that are evacuated from the Ukrainian institutions, foster care institutions, so the children's houses. This is one big group, and the second group, which is not that big but very sensitive, is unaccompanied minors. And we have every day dozens of such children on Polish borders. So the general, our action was, since the very beginning of the invasion, was that first of all we have created a special reception point for the children from institutions that come with their guardians. And this place is located in Stalowa Wola. It has some infrastructure to provide the first aid to these children, but the most important function of this reception point is to register the children in a very detailed way, also with taking photos of the children and of the adults that came together with these children. This registration system was developed, dedicated just to this function. It was developed very quickly. It's already working. And all these children come to this reception point. Also, the unaccompanied minors come to this point, and the place is the very first time they come. We are trying, our staff in Stalowa Wola is trying to find out what happened to the adults who were accompanying these children. Whether the state in Ukraine, whether they were not able to make it to the train, for example, or anything happened. If we are able within a couple of days to find out the identity of the child, because this is also not very, this also happens to very little children, that it's hard to find out their identity. They don't have any documents. They are 4-year-olds, for example. So in such cases, when we are able to find out who is this child and whether he has any relatives in Ukraine or any people, then we try to connect and find out the situation. And in some cases, it happens that the adults are coming, like grandmothers are coming who are lost somewhere on the way. And very different stories. If it's not happening, if we are not able to find out who is this child, and if he has or she has any relatives or any adult persons who can take care of them, then they are put in our Polish foster care system. One of the biggest challenges we face now today is that the group from orphanages are very often trying to move from Poland, and the first reaction of the Ukrainian side, the Ukrainian government with whom we cooperate very closely on a daily basis, was that they gave the permission to the groups to go to Poland but not to other countries, just to make sure that these groups will be able to come back as soon as possible. At the very beginning they believed it will not take long time, so this was the first approach. The situation a little bit changed, and now we see that the Ukrainian side, the Ukrainian government is aware that many of these groups are in touch, in contact with international institutions or with many institutions in other countries, like here in Italy or in Germany, in Spain, in many other countries. And our challenge is to make sure that after we register the children, based on the decision of the Ukrainian side, they can go to next countries, and we follow the information. So our registration system is created first to register the kids, to provide them with the appropriate care they need, and to be able to report the numbers, the statistics, and the flows of these children within Poland or abroad if it's happening to some of the groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that detailed comment. Can I turn to Mr. Greenberg? You already indicated in your initial point that there is clearly an issue with registration and a need for protection, also in immediate sense. Would you have please 1 minute with 1 minute for a supplementary comment?
Yeah, and my respect and really following on the Madam Secretary's intervention just now, and recognizing Stola Vola as a really good landing pad for identifying children at the borders and other places and bringing them to one place to do that family tracing reunification and then dispatching them into the national child protection system. I think this is a model that UNICEF is really commends. But we would say that 2 additional things are needed, and I think Poland is undertaking this as we speak, and other governments across Europe need to do the same. One is strategic strengthened screening at the borders, shelters, train stations. Again, many children have come through without screening because the numbers were so big in the beginning. And so the need to look at where the most vulnerable are collecting, where they're likely to be, and trying to strengthen screening in those locations and referral is critical. And the second is, we believe it's quite important right now for every government in Europe to put out clear public messages that if you've arrived to the country with an unaccompanied or separated child or a group of children who evacuated from institution or boarding school, it is your legal obligation to call social services, child protection services, and register as such. The longer those children remain outside of the good protective care that Madam Secretary referred to, the more at risk they are. Over.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Dektiariov, you already insisted on the critical moment of exit from your country, from Moldova. When children arrive is one thing, but when they attempt to leave, or the groups of children, what can be done? Should we not do more to sensitize, to create a bigger awareness among border officials in different neighboring countries?
Speaking about the internal approach of the Republic of Moldova, in order to prevent victimization of children when exiting the country, we are trying to build a very strong cooperation between all the state institutions who deal with these migrant children. So we have direct cooperation, interaction with between the border police, migration services, the police, as well as the ministry, which is responsible for child protection. So every particular case, which is, as everybody mentioned before, which is very specific and very different from other, is examined in common, fastly, and a very fast communication in order to decide what to do with this child. And every child, for instance, which is not accompanied by a parent or adult, or who is traveling alone and trying to exit the country, every of these such cases are reported by the border police to other authorities very repeatedly in order to make an analysis and decide what to do with this child. Because, as I mentioned, there are many cases when children are not with their parents, or with a guy who says he is his neighbor, or there are cases when somebody is staying on the other side of the border, like we have at the west, the Romania, and there is one guy saying that he's going to receive this child. And then comes the question, what is he going to do with the child? Because he's not his parent and he's like a third party. Also, where we do...
Can I ask you to come to a conclusion because we are running out of time? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, of course, finally, the cooperation between the bodies, cooperation with the Ukrainian authorities as well for identifying the child. If he is without documents, this is very important for us. Always communication and cooperation brings the best results in these complicated cases.
Thank you very much. And then finally, Mrs. Elena Butidatu, you have the last word. Maybe as an NGO, it would be appropriate for you to make a plea or a call.
I think it's important not only for national authorities but for NGOs as well to readjust, to adapt our activities to the actual context. It cannot be avoided. So it's important for everyone to make all their work and to focus all their efforts to make children more safe in this crisis situation. And it's important to have a comprehensive approach. We should focus on raising awareness about sensitive topics such as abuse or exploitation in emergency. We should promote the available services such as the hotlines or helplines for children, because it's important for them to know where to report cases if they are experiencing any form of abuse. It's important to develop the capacities of professionals who are in the front line, of volunteers who provide assistance in the accommodation centers, because they can see the first signs of possible abuse, so they can be the one that can report further the case for assistance. It's a lot to be done, and it's important to have guidance. And I really think that the Council of Europe can provide this assistance to have a comprehensive response and overview of all the actions that should be realized in the countries who receive refugees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have unfortunately to conclude this session. Maybe just 2 words to wrap up. Indeed, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe has indicated this morning already that we are exploring actions that also concern the not maybe immediate, but in the short to medium term measures and steps that we can do where we can be useful as Council of Europe. We can certainly not do that alone. We have heard impressive reports from Mr. Greenberg, from UNICEF, from other organizations earlier today. This is collective work. It is clear that our child protection systems in Europe have suffered a serious blow. It has been, if you like, to use a financial metaphor, a stress test for our child protection. And we have not really succeeded that test. I think we can say there have been many lacunae that have been exposed, shortcomings where we need to think and to do better, and to come up with better guidance to be stronger for the future as well. So there is an enormous amount of work to be done, and I think we owe it to those that are suffering today, the victims that have suffered so much, that we actually sincerely learn from this. So with that, I thank you very much for this session. There are some housekeeping comments that I would like my colleague Maren Lambrecht to announce to you, which concern the rest of this afternoon and tomorrow morning's session. Thank you very much to the panelists, and a big round of applause for them.
Thank you. That was just the 1 second of waiting for it. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting session. I would just like to conclude in this room now with the practical announcements. So thank you everyone for your patience and flexibility with regard to the changes we had to do to the program. Also thanks to the great success and attention to this conference, of course, because we have had so many persons joining the event, attending the event, that we had to accommodate a lot of speakers speakers this morning. So I would now just like to draw attention on behalf of the organizing team to the next sessions. We have here in this room the session on access to quality mental health services for children. So those who are interested in that session will be invited to stay here. Then we will have in the orange room the session on children's environmental rights, or children's enforcing children's environmental rights. That's in the orange room on level -1. And we have a side event coming up offered by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA, in the Baalbek room that is on the ground floor. But before that, we are breaking for coffee, so I would like to invite you to go to the coffee break again, and then there will be my colleagues and also our partners from MyEgo standing there guiding you back into the different rooms that I invite you to split up into according to your interest. Please note that the reporting back session tonight is dropped. We are not going to be reporting back from today at the end of today, but we'll do it jointly with the sessions of tomorrow. And then you are all invited to come back here into the conference room. You have the slideshow showing all times again for the concert here in the room, followed by the official dinner tonight. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
In the breakdown. In the breakdown.
Is it better now or is it better in the breakdown?
Is there now?